Man is an accomplished professional business leader with extensive experience in leading and driving transformation from the top of the corporate ladder to the execution level at the front line. He comes with a hands-on experience with business performance, strategic planning, organization development, talent acquisition, compensation and benefits, employee relations, and a full range of responsibilities. Man has proven 20 plus years of experience in various industries of different size, including healthcare, FMCG, building materials, oil and gas, paperboard production, and waste management. He's had great exposure in working with different multinational companies in the Middle East, and along with his current role at MEPCO, he's also a board member of HIPIT, the Higher Institute of Paper and Industrial Technologies. He's known as a change agent who enjoys leading initiatives and challenging status quo. All right, Man, the stage is all yours.
Thank you, Rohan. Assalamu alaikum. First, it's a great honor to be here with you guys. And it's a great honor to welcome you to this important event. When we talk about wellness, we should forget everything about other topic in HR, wellness, the most important, the core part of that will function. The backbone of an HR spirit and organization for me is wellness. So it's an honor, as I said, to welcome you here in this event. And wishing a lovely day, a very helpful with a lot of takeaways, a lot of insight. So please get inspired, listen also carefully for every single point from our distinguished speaker and interact with your thought as well. Also, they have a nice exhibition, I see, which is mostly focused on the wellness topic, which is very, very important. So take wherever you can take from the day is yours, okay? Enjoy it, the max. Let's try to learn together, let's get inspired together, and let's begin, all right?
Thank you, Man. We'll now start the first sessions today. Hello. Hello. Yeah. Okay. So our first presenter for the day, we have with us Paul Burgess, the Wellbeing Group Program Lead at Saudi Aramco. Paul comes with 15 years of experience in organization Wellbeing. He leads the strategic delivery of Aramco's Wellbeing program, supporting a resilient and high-performing workforce. He holds a master's degree in health improvement and health promotion from Robert Gordon University and is a certified wellness practitioner with the National Wellness Institute. Since 2008, Paul has helped embed well-being into corporate culture and leadership practices, aligning employee health with long-term business success. All right, Paul, can you have your stage?
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. Is that okay? That's the only Arabic for me today, okay? But it's a pleasure to be with you. As Rohan mentioned, I'm Paul Burgess from Management Professional Development Department. MMPDD is a function of human resources in Aramco. And under MMPDD, we have a key initiative called the Employee Experience Division. Under Employee Experience, there's the Employee Engagement. Employee Engagement team, they conduct our every 2 years, they deliver our engagement survey across the company, listening to our employees. That's one part of the program, Employee Experience. The second part is Wellbeing as well. I feel really honoured that I lead the Wellbeing Initiative, the strategy. I'm going to talk today about more wellbeing strategies for organisations. I remember Aramco is a huge organisation, but really before I start, I would like to get a bit of energy in the room, So, this is working. everybody just stand up, please, as well? Now, this works if everybody really takes part, okay? And Rohan said to me yesterday, you're a fantastic group, you're full of energy, you really want to go for it. So, the way this okay, we'll see now shortly. The way this activity works is that you can see on the slide, there's some colours. Now this works if really everybody gets involved. Now I want to sort of raise the roof of the room, okay? So I want loud voices. So what you have to do, I'm going to time you. Whoops, where's it going? Oh. So what you have to do, you see the colours in the boxes. Sorry, the camera's going to love me because I keep sort of moving around, you know? But what I'd like to do, when you look at the colour, see orange on the top left, I want you to say the colour as loud as you can as you go from left to right, okay? So you go orange, green, blue, green, orange, green, blue, red, orange. Everybody got that? No? you need to practice? Okay. I want you to say very loud the colour that you see. Green, blue, orange. Then move on to the middle line and do the same. I'm going to time you, see how quickly it takes you. About 3 seconds. Are we ready? Really bad. Let's raise the roof of this room, okay? So here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Yellow. Faster. Come on, faster. Louder. I always stop when I hear the last person say the colour, okay? So that took us about 21 and a half seconds. Now, the next part of this exercise, what I'd like you to do, you can see underneath the boxes there's a letter. So you've got L, R, T. So what you have to do this time, you have to say left, at the same time lift your left arm. You then have to say right, you lift your right arm, you see T, together, and away you go, alright? So same principle, top left, top right, middle left, middle right. Does everybody follow? We've got to beat about 18 seconds, alright? Can we do that? Okay, 3, 2, 1, yellow, go. Left. Lift your arms up, lift your arms. Higher. Louder. Faster. Keep going, yellow, yellow, let's go. I always stop when I hit the last person, or I see the last person. That was about 30 seconds, okay? Now you're not going to sit down yet. There's one other go we have, right? This time I like to do the same activity, same exercise, but this time, when you see L, I want you to lift your left arm up, but I want you to shout the colour out. So go orange, green, blue, green. You've got to think about this, haven't you? Alright, so here we go. Wait. Dig it. Wait. Okay, after seconds. Yellow. Faster. Keep going. Faster, come on. Keep going. Oh, you're all flagging. Keep going. And oh man, that was 40 seconds. Anyway, we've got some energy in the room, which is great. Everybody's smiling, which is important as well, especially when you're speaking to a group. Everybody sit down, let's kick on. But so today I'm going to talk about wellbeing strategies. You probably had a lot of sessions yesterday on wellbeing strategy. Although I can't, my name is Saudi Aramco. I'm here as an SME, I'm going to sponsor this event, but I will again, a lot of the things I'm talking about represent much of what we're doing as part of our program. Okay, so insight into wellbeing strategy. Is it one size fits all? No, because organisations are different sizes and scale as well. Now, when we look at our organisation, Aramco, it's pretty huge. And we look at over 75,000 employees. So that's always a challenge. Quite often I feel in terms of wellbeing strategy, it's better off starting or developing a wellbeing programme when there's been no wellbeing activities within an organisation from day one. Because what tends to happen when you want to formalise a wellbeing programme, and there's lots of different departments and business lines, guess what? Everybody's doing wellbeing. So the challenge is bringing everybody together. You know? So quite a challenge with a large organisation is trying to do a coordinated, centralised strategy where everybody is on the same page, so to speak. And that's often the challenge that we face. That's why I said small organisations, it can be a lot easier to do that. Small organisations that don't have a wellbeing programme or strategy in place, it's easier starting one from scratch than trying to come in and bring everybody together. So, by the way as well, as you might imagine, my native tongue is English. I'm from the UK. I tend to speak quite quickly. If I speak fast, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going too fast, just say, Paul, please slow down, okay? I'm very passionate about this topic. I've been immersed in wellbeing. My background was actually health and fitness. I started as a fitness trainer, fitness consultant, gym manager, operator. I own a fitness club in the UK as a franchise as well. And in 2008, I moved into wellbeing, and I joined the Aramco wellbeing program back in those days. In 2020, I became the wellbeing lead for our program initiative. Why? Because COVID was a wake-up call for our management. I think across the board as well. COVID really impacted a lot of employees, and they felt. So when we talk about wellbeing strategies in particular, really, it's very much the foundation. Some more on my slide too, actually. This is a movement, but the screen. So if I turn my head, I apologise, you know. But really, why have a wellbeing strategy that matters? Well, think about people. We talk about in HR, we talk about human capital. But really, what about healthy human capital? Because again, without employees performing at their best, you know, you've got no business really, have you, you know? And when we look at strategies in particular, it's about aligning your employee wellbeing with the business performance. Addressing rising employee stress as well. As we know, stress is out there. There's so many, when you go on LinkedIn, you do a lot of research on that. Mental health is huge, isn't it? There's a lot of programs supporting mental health. But when you look at a wellbeing program in particular, it's not all about mental well-being. You know, wellness is a holistic approach to your health and well-being. So when you design development programs, it's about taking or bearing that in mind. It's a measurable framework. Remember the old adage, you know, what gets done gets measured, you know, and that's very important, especially when we come to senior management in particular. It's about data and numbers, you know, and especially when you're trying to build a wellbeing initiative or program, you want to be able to show that what is actually working in itself. And of course, having a healthy workplace, also have healthy employees. It makes good business sense, not for the financial side, but really, when we look at corporate social responsibility. I mean, our organisation, Aramco, you know, we're now listed. We have to do annual reports as well. So having that in place is very, very important for the reputation of an organisation. And again, we all know the adage, you know, a healthy employee makes a more productive employee, so it saves in the long term, and we'll talk about cost savings as well. So it's really important to be aware of that. Now, this slide is really the evolution of wellbeing programs. So when we look at the traditional wellbeing programs and where we should be moving our programs to, it will demonstrate that. But it's about aligning the culture of leadership for the program itself. Initially, we have what we call the traditional model, the traditional wellbeing model. So the traditional wellbeing model is you put fun activities on the weekend. You know, it's the very basic program. Not much money, not much investment. It's like a fluffy program, so to speak. You know, it's like one of those box-checking exercises. Management of Wellbeing Initiative. Let's do some activities. So it's fun activities at no risk reduction. When we talk about risk reduction, we're talking about health risk reduction. And again, it's the migration of risk. So when we talk about health risks, if you've got an employer that has 5 risk. So what are they? Maybe they have high blood pressure, maybe they're diabetic, maybe they're suffering from depression, maybe they're a smoker, a tobacco user, maybe they have a bad back, for example. They're high risk factors. So it's a migration of risk for the employees. You want to move them from a high risk to a low risk by minimising those particular health issues that they face. But also the key thing is not to lose sight of the employees that are healthy as well, because it works both ways. So although focusing your initiatives on the high risk cases, but also the low risk case as well, because you don't want the low risk to migrate into the high risk as well. So it's a holistic programming that you need to put in place for all employees. So this is the basic model. So site-based, minimum incentives, no families involved, no spouses involved, no evaluation as well. The next migration is the traditional approach. Now, traditional approach is mostly health focused, so you're focusing now on the health of the employee. There's some risk reduction as well. It's voluntary, site-based only, work personalisation, modest incentives at the same time. So this is the general migration. So when you look at your own wellbeing programs and where you are, identify where you fit on this scale. Now it's moving into what we call population health management. So it's a more rigorous program. We added productivity as well, strong risk reduction at the same time. It's more what we see HCM, so healthcare management. So you're managing the healthcare of the employee, population health. Some required activity, site and virtual. Strong person's major incentives as well. Now, when I look at our programs, I would say our programs are moving into that space, but it is a challenge because it requires resources, it requires investment. Now, this model was taken from a gentleman called Larry Chapman. So anybody that's interested in getting certified in terms of wellbeing programs, in particular, they have the Chapman Institute where they do a lot of online courses and in-person courses. And there's more and more training providers out there in the marketplace, but that's a good resource for online courses in particular. You also have the Wellness Council of America. Now, the Wellness Council of America used to be WellCoA and the National Wellness Institute as well. They basically amalgamated, and now it's called WellCoA. But great opportunity to get some tools and resources there. But again, in Kingdom now, I see there are more training providers now. I believe next door when you go into the exhibit, you'll see some training providers there. So this is great to have you. Sorry.
Can we ask questions along the way?
Yeah, can we ask questions, Rohan? Is that okay? Where is he? Yeah, happy to take you.
I'm just going to ask it anyway. Can you talk a little bit about the incentives part, the minor, the modest, and the major incentives?
The question was, can we talk about incentives? Incentives, what's found in research is 80% of people need that incentive, that extrinsic motivator, So what can incentives be? Rewards, for example, when you get some wellbeing applications, you can. There's a lot of wellbeing companies out there that have wellbeing applications, like a wellbeing platform on your phone. So rewards and incentives are there by accumulating wellbeing points as an employee. You get gifts, and my experience, if you download that carrot, guess what? Employees will generally participate. It's all about engagement as well in a lot of these programs, especially healthy programs in particular. Now, what's interesting about the US market, because the US market is very much cost-based, the incentives that they use, because a lot of the wellbeing programs in the US market are run by insurance companies. So what they tend to do is like the carrot and stick approach. For example, when you conduct your health risk assessment forms, if you're a smoker, if you're overweight, if you have high blood pressure, guess what? Your premiums are high. So the way the US market works is that, if you're a non-smoker, if you're a healthy weight, if you low blood pressure, your rates will come down. So that's where they use the incentive there for that, So that's the idea behind it. So please jump in if you have any questions on some of the stuff. Here we go. Let's see. Okay, 5 pillars. I think that's actually in the process 4 pillars, but I'll give you a bonus one instead. Okay. 5 pillars. Again, this is my take on a comprehensive wellbeing strategy. And again, nothing's right or wrong because whatever works for you. But it's about really having thriving people that can really grow and develop, and be the best that they can be. That's what we're trying to achieve. So really, I truly believe it starts at the top. It's our leadership. It's the leadership culture. We need the buy-in from the C-suite. Without that, guess what? You don't have the backing, you don't have the funding, you don't have the investment. I know it's a challenge in the market, but when companies are looking to save costs or to cut costs, generally it's easy to drop the wellbeing budgets, you know. And to do that is really having KPIs in place. So, you know, you can show, you know, for your reports to your management, look, we're achieving this level of engagement. We have our engagement service as part of employee experience. So we get some great feedback on there. And when you have these services about having like wellbeing questions embedded in your surveys, why? Because you can then develop a wellbeing index. So you give yourself a wellbeing score, you know. And again, for the population that you serve, you know, the departments and the business lines, you can then compare and see where employees are struggling in particular. Leadership training, I think, is super important because guess what? We want to create that culture of well-being within our organisations, and as I said, it starts at the top. So when we talk about well-being training for our leadership, and this is something that we are actually investing in this year in particular, you know, training for leaders, not for their own well-being, which we do, we're going to incorporate as part of the training, but also how leaders can better support their employees. You know, stress is out there. There's a lot of stress especially in the workplace environment. So, quick question to you. If you have a pond full of water, the water is poisonous and the fish are dying, what would you fix first? The water. You'd fix the environment first, wouldn't you? So, when we have all these stress management programs, guess what? We target the employees. There's this program for this group, there's this stress management program. But really we need to tackle the environment first, because once we can fix the environment, then the rest will follow. So that's why I would say leadership training is so important. We need to really ensure that our leaders are aware of that. We need to create psychologically safe spaces. I think the worst acronym for Aramco, where I work, I don't know in your organisations, is COB. COB for an department means closed of business. So guess what? You come into work. You get an email from your boss. Hey Paul, I need that presentation by COB today. So immediately it stresses you out. And in our organisation, COB doesn't mean 4 o'clock, it means 12 o'clock. So it creates anxiety. So as leaders, we need to be mindful. So communication is important. Expectations, deadlines, creating psychological safe spaces where we feel we have a voice, we can speak up, we can push back, you know. We don't feel threatened, you know, based on that. So it's really important. That's why I think leadership is really important, especially for our organisation, for creating those safe spaces. And then, I mean, our program sits under employee experience, but a lot of wellbeing programs, it's a function of HR mostly, but in the energy sector, they tend to sit under HSE, so it's health, safety, environment, like loss prevention, safety, so it's a safety component. But as I said, in our organisation, the fit is within human resources. Moving on. So really, it's physical, mental health. It's huge, isn't it? It's everywhere. Everybody's talking about it. It's about having supported programs to make and ensure our employees perform better. So how do we do that? So really having comprehensive employee assistance programs in place. Programs where we were supportive of the employee, but not just the employee, but also their family as well, you know. Because quite often, if the family's not happy, the family's not doing well, struggling, it's going to impact the employee as well. So that's really important. Wellbeing champions. Those that are doing wellbeing in the audience, do you have a champions program? Yeah, Wellbeing Champions program. So basically, you know, our organisation is huge, Aramco. We have business lines, we have employees everywhere. So really, we're a very small team, so we can't be everywhere. So we rely on Wellbeing Champions. Champions are employees embedded in the business. So we do training programs for them who can actually, they're like our conduits, they're like our network. So basically, we disseminate information to them and they spread it to their employees. And one, they have their pulse on the ground, so they know the employees. So champions training is very important. There's also been an explosion on mental health champions or mental health ambassadors, for example. You've got mental health first aid training courses or programs in place to support the mental well-being of our employees by having a champion in place. You know, I think sometimes though the challenge can be, especially in this market, I know mental health is an issue culturally. It's not talked about. I think it's getting better. I think I truly believe that employees are more open to talking about the issues that they're facing, the struggles that they're having as well. But sometimes with these programs, employees don't want to open up. You know what I mean? It's very, very challenging. But it's important, so that's sort of the program in place. ergonomics. Good ergonomics, because again, what are we doing all day long in our offices? We're sitting, aren't we, you know, a lot of us suffer with back pain, shoulder, neck pain as well. Quite often it's because our office environment, so we need to fix the office environment through the equipment and the resources that we have in place as well. It's a small investment, but guess what? Having a sit-to-stand desk or a better ergonomically designed chair, or systems in place where you can get up and move, is really important for our overall well-being in terms from an ergonomic standpoint as well, you know. So that's really important because that fact that we're sitting all day long. It's recommended every 35-40 minutes you get up and stretch. 90 minutes, go out and have a walk around, you know. You'll feel more energized, your oxygen levels will be improving. Aligned rotation, yeah, ergonomic designed offices. Now, some companies, some organizations like Chevron, for example, they have systems in place, AI systems, whereby if you're on your PC for more than 45 minutes working, guess what? Your PC will lock on. Now that will force you to get up and move, you know, so it's all about movement. Movement is the key. Moving on, social connections. Social well-being is really, really important, you know, and it's our interpersonal relationships. And again, we talk about the workplace and the office environment in particular. If you think about it, you're going to spend most of your time with your work colleagues and your family and your friends as well, you know. So those social connections are really important, especially when we align that to mental health and emotional well-being in particular. So DEI strategies, so diversity, equity and inclusion, we need that in place. When we talk about psychological safety, it's about systems in place where, again, we all feel valued as employees. We feel as though we have a voice. We feel a safe environment to come into work because, as I said, the workplace is important for that. Volunteering programs, CSR programs, where we are in Eastern Province, I mean, in Aramco, they do some fantastic stuff. With IFRA, for example, the King Abdulaziz Centre, they have a huge volunteer program as well, you know. So giving back to the community is important, especially in terms of social well-being. Financial well-being. I've seen more of an explosion in financial well-being programs or highlights in particular. And, you know, we all work in Riyadh. I work for Aramco. I'm not afraid to admit it. Aramco rewards us very well, you know. But, and I think the companies in KSA, that they reward our employees well. But guess what? It's so easy to get into financial difficulties as an employee. It's like a spiral that you're in, a hole that you can't go out. When I address young professionals that join Aramco, the young guys in their 20s, and I say to them, what's the first purchase you make when you get your salary? What is it, ladies? What do the guys buy when they first get into it? Yeah, it's the car, isn't it? And I say to them, you know, for an entry-level employee, a Toyota Yaris is a perfectly good car, you know. The trouble is, my friend Mohammed, he has a Lexus, so guess what? I want a Lexus as well, you know. But the trouble with that is that you may not be able to afford it, but the young salesman comes over and says, yeah, just sign here, sir. The next 5 years, 75% of your salary is going. So you could all get into financial difficulties. The trouble is that when we look at stress levels, what's the leading cause of stress in our lives? It's generally money in particular. And going back to social well-being, what's the leading cause of conflict in your relationships? What do you fight with your husband or your wife about? You want to save, they want to spend, you know? It's money as well, so it's all interconnected. And it's about having plans in place to support our employees, you know, which is really, really important, especially around financial well-being in particular. So that's really big. So having things in place or programs in place is really important. Career, personal growth, occupational well-being. You need to find works, roles, jobs that you have passion about. You see a sense of purpose as well. You see value in what you do. So it's about having opportunities to grow and develop, because guess what? There's a lot of people, I know again from my experiences, running what we call dead-end jobs. So when we talk about dead-end jobs, basically, you know, you may be good at entering data in a spreadsheet, so guess what? That's all you do for the next 5, 6, 7 years of your time is entering data in a spreadsheet. You know, your supervisor boss thinks you enjoy that work because you're so good at it, but you hate it. Nothing worse coming to your job or a role that you're doing, you do day in, day out, you have the opportunity to grow, to develop, to try something new. So that's very important to be aware of, especially when it's about leadership training, to identify where you can encourage your employees. And if you think about it, where do you spend most of your lifetime? It's sad, but it's true, isn't it? Most of your lifetime, your lifetime will be spent in the workplace, you know. As I said earlier, you spend more time with your work colleagues than your family as well. So having those work environments that are supportive for you, that give you an opportunity to grow and develop are extremely important. Now, when we're developing, designing wellbeing programs, I haven't showed our particular model, but those in the wellbeing space, you talk about dimensions of wellbeing or pillars of wellbeing. So I've mentioned a few here. So we have the physical dimension, we have the emotional, we have the social, we have the occupational. They're the main ones, but again, what we've done with Ramco, we've actually increased it. So we have spiritual well-being. A spiritual dimension to being a well person. What does that mean to you? Would you say, anybody? And I personally feel this is the most important dimension when we talk about wellbeing programs. What it means spiritual for you. Spiritual well-being is about having purpose in your life, seeing value in what you do, your beliefs as well, you know. And I would say in terms of capacity building, the more capacity you have in the spiritual dimension, the more you can achieve as well, you know. It makes you the person you are. So that's another one. Other dimensions are intellectual. Reading books, study courses, what's that good with my well-being? Well, if you think about it, the more you study, the more you read, the more workshops, the more training you're given, guess what? Knowledge is power, isn't it? The better informed decisions you can make. So intellectual well-being is really important. We talk about environment as well, we talk about financial. There's also digital well-being. Again, you think about it, technology has been good for us, but there's a downside to technology. Because we're stuck into our devices, we're on our phones, we're on our iPads. The default for our children as a babysitter is what? Is the iPad, you know? I don't know about you guys, but when I was growing up, my default mechanism was running on a playing field, playing football, you know? How times have changed. So why we have these dimensions of these specific pillars, as some people call them, is because each one, although appears separate, they're very much interconnected. And what you do when you develop your wellbeing programs or strategy, if you have specific dimensions, you can then invest tools and resources, programs, activities in them to build them up. And you know, with Ramco, I personally feel Ramco, they invest heavily in a lot of these dimensions, and that's why we have 9 in that particular program as well. So yeah, it's important to really realize this. These are just a few of the key ones here. Moving on, so I'm out of time. As I said, I always like to go on. I go off on tangents as well, so please rein me in, okay? Governance, who owns the program? That's so important, and I think, as I said, with our program in particular, you know, we're covering a huge organisation, a lot of people. We also have many departments, many business lines as well. And I think the problem, again, when you're coming to develop a strategy for an organisation that already has been in existence for so many years, is that it's pulling everybody together. So you need that governance structure, you need the general instructions, you need the policies in place as well. Because then everybody knows you're the wellbeing program. You know what I mean? And these are the policies that we should follow to bring everyone together. Not to police programs. That's not the objective, because it's health for all, it's wellbeing for all. The idea of bringing everybody together is that we can all support each other for the good of the organisation and the good of the employee. So in terms of that, we don't have one at Ramco, but I think it's an important role. Many organisations now are having chief wellbeing officers. You may have one in your organisation, I don't know, but why is a chief wellbeing officer important? Because generally, when you have a chief wellbeing officer, guess what? That's like your connection with the C-suite, with the president. A lot of organisations that have chief wellbeing officers, they report direct to the president of the organisation, or they report direct to the vice president as well. Not going through those chains of command, you know, those hierarchical structures where you've got your manager, your division head, your manager, your director, your VP, your SVP, your EVP, and then the president. So I think that's really important for organisations, large organisations, to have that chief wellbeing officer in place, because then things can get done, you know. So that's important. Next one is the Champions Network. And I talk about, some people say, well, how many champions for my workforce? Well, rule of thumb, if you have a large organisation, about 1 champion per 150 employees. That's a good rule of thumb if you can work on that basis. So you know the sort of numbers that you need there. Next one, integrate tech platform. There's an explosion of wellbeing apps and platforms. What that does, you know, it connects your employees. We are looking at applications ourselves at the moment, but the challenges that you will face, employees always feel mistrusted, you know what I mean? If you give them a wellbeing app on their phone, immediately they think, uh-oh, am I being tracked? Is my behaviour being monitored? You know, so therefore the engagement and the take of it is low, you know, and that's really important to understand because, you know, you have to make employees aware that there is confidentiality in these loads of platforms, and the problem is that if employees don't trust why you give them this app, they're not going to use it, and then it's a huge expense. But in terms of the back end, in terms of dashboards and data management, you can get some really good insights, you know, into the health of your employees. And we talk about health population management. You can then identify targeted areas where employees are struggling, you know, if it's mental health or is it physical well. Next one is the employees themselves that utilise the services. We then have the Wellbeing Steering Committee. So that brings all the stakeholders together. And that's really important as well, you know, different departments, business lines. Because if everybody's brought together or they feel they're a stakeholder, then guess what? You're going to get their support, especially for your program and activity. And finally, it's just the wellbeing team. The people that you have in your team as well, you know, that, you know, are they driven, are they passionate, are they moving towards you? More time in? Okay, got a bit of time to do. But yeah, it's the wellbeing team, you know, it's the team that really drives the program, connects with your champions, develops the training programs, you know, because you can't be everywhere, unfortunately, so you need a good, strong team behind you. The metrics, numbers, again, that's what management wants. So absenteeism, presenteeism. The thing with absenteeism, we can measure absenteeism from work, we can get the health data. We know when employees are taking time off, but the real challenge is presenteeism. Has anybody heard of presenteeism? It's a huge indirect cost for a company now. Why? It's the hidden cost. Presenteeism is the cost to an organisation due to the health of the employee. So an employee may be present in the workplace, they may come in at 7 or 9 o'clock, but they may have an underlying health issue, they may suffer from depression, they may be a tobacco user, they may have a bad back, for example, they may struggle in social settings, so they're taking more time off. So it's a hidden cost that's hard to measure. So presenteeism, again, productivity trends, employee feedback, engagement levels. I said every 2 years we have our employee engagement survey that goes out across the organisation, and as part of employee experience, it gives you some great insight. And what we found on our last engagement survey, we've trended a correlation between high well-being, the well-being score, high engagement as well. When engagement is low, the well-being score is low also, which is an interesting statistic to come up. Focus group. So when you have your engagement survey, have small focus groups. Listen to the employee. It's about listening to the employee, getting what they need. ROI as well, the return on investment. That's always hard to measure, but that's what managers want, isn't it? They want those numbers. They want to see the cost of the poor health to the organisation. But really, you know, healthy employers we know isn't it a more effective or cost effective. You have these numbers banded around. For every $1 spent, there's $4 saved. Well, I think they just say that, you know, I mean, because really it's hard to measure the exact savings for a company or organisation, but data is important for management. And having a wellbeing index score, I think, is important from your surveys, you know, that you can benchmark against when you have that index or that survey score. You've got a target, a baseline you can move from. You know, there's lots of different numbers of organisations. I found on the CDC side that they have a great sort of wellbeing assessment tool there as well. Centre of Disease, CDC,
Control.
Great, I knew there'd be someone out there who knows. But yeah, there's some great resources on wellbeing. They have these wellbeing index scores as well. A gentleman called Dienton, I think he was behind it also. He was very famous in the wellbeing space for his research company that he had. But that's there. And then, where are we now? Yeah, basic roadmap. Again, this is just a sample. With your programs, you can build them on your own. But I would say, if you launch the program, as I said, I think it's always easier to launch a program from scratch than to come in and try and create a program, because departments, organizations, employees are already entrenched in their way, so to speak, so it's trying to change that behaviour. But basically, year one even is identify your wellbeing model. So wellbeing model, remember those dimensions I talked about, the pillars. You know, you've got a physical dimension, emotional, what are the important ones for your organisation? Because you can then build programs, activities around that. Baseline survey, get a gap analysis, get your wellbeing index score. Stakeholder engagement is crucial because everybody feels part of the process, you know. That stakeholder engagement is really, really critical. Build a champions network. You can't be everywhere. You need that support structure in place as well to disseminate information. Year two, I would say, scale up the programs. Start small, build up. See what works, what doesn't. Integrate wellbeing into leadership development. All right, we've got 5 minutes. All right, good. Introduce the rewards program, annual engagement surveys. Use analytics. So these are the applications. So it's sort of partnerships, strategy update program. That's going to create a culture of wellbeing. That's what we're trying to do. Get everybody on the same page. And enablers of success and risks. We need that buy-in. We need the stakeholder support. We need a communication strategy as well. Get the messages out there. Engage with employees to get their feedback, what works, what doesn't. Inclusion and accessibility is important. Rewards and incentives, it does help. It is effective. It motivates people, especially for engagement. Data privacy. Let employees know that the data collected is private, it's confidential as well. Risk, the burnout. Burnout of employees is high now. Low adoption. You know, you invest all this money in a wellbeing application, and guess what? Only 5% of your employees actually take up the application. So that's really important, especially, and also low adoption for activities that you try to perform as well. Money is always an issue, low engagement, lack of support, communication, confidentiality, trust. The reason I'm just rushing because I've only got a few minutes, but I want to finish with a nice little session, okay, just to get you all ready for the next one. So, but here, just a quick statement. Health organization is measured not by output, but how it treats its people in the process. So really, we must thrive together. We need to. We've got time to run? We've got a few minutes? Oh, okay, we're done. Sorry about that. But the reason what I'd like to do before I go, it's about flourishing organisations. But before I go, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to do 3 minutes. Have we got 3 minutes? We're going to do a quick breathing exercise. All right. I started off with an energizer. I would like to finish with a nice relaxation session. We're going to do a 3-minute box breathing exercise. Has anybody done box breathing before? They know what it is? Those that done a box breathing, what I'd like to do, ladies and gentlemen, relax your shoulders, relax your jaw. Sit back in your chair, uncross your legs, uncross your arms. Box breathing works by breathing in through your nose for 4 seconds, holding your breath for 4 seconds, breathing out through your mouth for 4 seconds, holding your breath for 4 seconds as well. I'm going to time you, I promise you, close your eyes, relax. I'm not going to be filming you, you will not be on YouTube tonight, okay? That's my guarantee to you. But it's a great way just to reset your brain, right? I will time it. I'll count for the first cycle. I'll go 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. And then guess what? For a short period, I will not speak, okay? So you'll have total silence. The only thing I would ask you to do is put your phones on silent. If you get the giggles, some people get the giggles during these sessions, believe it or not, I don't know why, they're a little chit-chat, they start laughing. Just leave the room, okay? Mafi muscular, it's not a problem, alright? But generally, just close your eyes, everybody. Rowan's give me 3 minutes, sir. Okay, but 3, 2, 1. Close your eyes, breathe in through your nose for 4 seconds. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. Hold your breath for 4 seconds. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. Breathe out through your mouth for 4 seconds. 1,000. 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. And continue yourselves, continue. minutes, you know. But if you take away nothing from my session today, all I ask, take away box breathing and one technique for you. It will help you throughout your careers and your lives, okay? Take 3 minutes of your day, 5-10 minutes, just do some breathing exercise, help you de-stress, calm, and set for the day, okay? But pleasure with you, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the session and I've enjoyed the day.
Thank you, Paul, for that energizing session. Unfortunately, he's run out of time, but we would have loved to take a few questions. But Paul, if you could hang around, we have a panel discussion after this. Towards the end of the panel discussion, if anybody has any particular questions regarding his slide, we can take it then. Okay? Because we need to stick to the schedule right now. So quickly moving on to the next session, we have a panel discussion planned for all of you. Mark, can we have you on the stage, please? All right. So I'll invite our first panelist, Jeremiah Ayub, co-founder and MD Life Lab Interactive Wellness. He's already been introduced yesterday. Change management. She's passionate about cultural transformation and she champions concept of experiential organizations through innovative communication and engagement strategies to shape workplace cultures. Noor leads SDB's Cultural Transformation Program under the National Transformation Program aligning the vision of 2030. Glad to have you with us, Noor. Our next panelist, we have Rua Nahas, the Senior Director for Employee Experience and Engagement at the Bunia. Rua is an output-focused and driven HR leader with over 10 years of experience in advancing employee engagement and shaping organizational culture. She specializes in implementing employee engagement strategies, enhancing employee experience, designing and embedding corporate values, unifying culture, leading change management initiatives, and driving leadership programs. Wow, that's quite a bit to have. With proven expertise in employee branding, wellness, and CSR programs, Rua has consistently supported organizations in aligning with people strategies and business objectives. All to you, ma'am.
Hello again. It's good to see you again. You will see me several times today. So lucky you. In this panel, we will have today discussions about around the same themes. But we all know, or we started to realize that wellness, well-being at work is no longer is nice to have. Rather than it's a business imperative. It's a mandatory. You know, if you like to maintain growth, this is something has to be part of the DNA of the company. Yet, the real challenge is not on the what. Today, luckily, I joined with a very inspirational speaker here in our panel today. They inspire me a lot during the dry run sessions with their ideas, interactions, so please listen for them carefully. Please, Alison. So, before we start, let's have a quick icebreaker. Just, if we would describe, for the question for each one of you, if you would describe your personal approach for wellness, you know, give us from where are you coming from. In one word, if you would describe your personal approach, definition for wellness, what would it be? Let's start with you, Jamal.
Thank you. I think it's incredibly difficult to get one word for wellness, but I will phrase it as satisfaction.
Satisfaction.
Yeah.
Good.
Loving what you do at work. It's not one word, but
Passion.
For me, I think it's belonging.
Belonging. Okay. I think we have a very impressive word. You know, if we describe it in a sentence, we can make it in a book. You know, that inspires. You know, that's good. Thanks for your inputs. So let's dive into the questions. Let me start with Noor. If we talk about the part related leadership, how we can cascade in the organization the part related to leading by example and to the wellness we adapted. How leader of the organization, the CEO levels and leadership team, how can they cascade this culture of leading a culture of awareness at work?
First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this conference for putting us together here. It's such a pleasure to be with you speaking about this topic today, Mr. Marinor. So to answer your question, how can we, let me rephrase it in another way, how can we, as leaders or push leaders, to move from following just symbolic gestures to implementing authentic actions of leading by examples to well-being initiatives? I think there are multiple things that they can do. To start with, we need their buy-in and belief. We all know if they don't have this shift in mindset to start really believing that well-being initiatives or organizational culture improvement is going to really boost performance, improve culture, increase sustainability, we're not going to get anywhere. So that to start with. Second and most important one is what Paul spoke about, is strategizing it. Strategizing or embedding it in strategy will give us all the resources that we need to allocate, budgets, people, times, venues, systems, and so on. Putting the KPIs, being able to measure the progress is really, really important. And that's the biggest role of leadership. Leading by example, as you've mentioned, is something that cannot be taught. It's something that comes genuine. We as employees know when the leaders are just following symbolic gestures or they are really implementing what they are doing and walking the talk. I used to remember we had a VP who deliberately comes out at 4:30 waving and shouting to everyone, "Ya'tikum al-'afiyah, assalamu alaykum." Why? Because he's demonstrating the work-life balance pillar that we kept speaking about. It's much more stronger than just sending an announcement via internal communication, for example, and seeing your CEO or leaders staying until 7 or 8 p.m. or working during weekends. We've also seen the impact of حملة التبرع بالدم اللي أطلقها ولي العهد الأسبوع اللي فات. It's an amazing example of leading by example. I'm not quite sure or accurate about the numbers, but I think the average of المتبرعين يوميا كمواطنين من 2000 ارتفع إلى 8000 just by doing this act. So yes, I believe that walking the talk is going to make a big difference. Finally, I think leaders should customize or tailor what's suitable for their organizational culture. They shouldn't just follow emerging trends. I mean, don't get me wrong, emerging trends sometimes are important for employer branding and EVP and so on, but just choosing specific well-being initiatives that suits your organizational culture. What's the behavioral attributes that you want to really embed in your employees is going to make a big difference. So to wrap up, following emerging trends or symbolic gestures is going to win applause. However, having genuine acts and leading by example is going to win trust. And there is a big difference between that and there. And employees are smart to know when it's an act or when it's genuine.
Well said, Noor. To just capitalize on what you said, that is very important also as well, getting captain on board, a leader in the organization, CEO sometimes support to lead by example, as you mentioned, thank you for mentioning this great example of our source of inspiration in base. So I think it's very important to, by getting Captain on board, to address, you know, the great Steve Jobs questions. What is in it for me? You know, so they have to get what is in it for them, so they interact very well. Thank you. Let's move to Jeremiah. So I always feel, not comfortable with the concept of well-being, having it as classified in the organization as HR initiatives. What do you have initiative for this year? We have something for well-being. How can we bring it to the top business priority? As we say, it's a mandatory, and embedded in the DNA of the organization. Stop the way of thinking of we have a new initiatives to be rewarded regarding well-being. Is that a priority? Let's bring it to the top business priority. How can we?
Thank you very much, man. So I think one of the primary ways we can make well-being initiatives sort of a priority rather than a perk or benefit is looking at core strategy companies, looking at making sure that we are accounting for we are tracking well-being metrics. Just what we track business goals. We want to track metrics like absenteeism. We want to track metrics like engagement. We want to track metrics like productivity in relationship with well-being. And I think when we track these metrics, it puts a lot of emphasis. It takes it from just being an initiative that we folded to something that's a core part of the business strategy and business goals. And it makes it more performance driven. And obviously we all know from data that well-being is very much tied to performance. So when we have goals that are specific to the organization, what we are tracking as part of the suite of stuff we will track for business goals. Say as a business leader or CEO, you're looking at a dashboard of not just your revenue or all this stuff. You're also looking at, how many of my employees are actually out sick, how many of them are actually here doing work, how many of them are actually love doing their job. So things like that, I think they are very important. Once you frame it like that, you understand that it really, in the end, feeds back into the success of the business. So that's one way we can address sort of like having this initiative mindset where HR is primarily responsible for it. Another thing we can do is looking at accountability, who owns and sort of like takes accountability for the process. A lot of the time as well, because everything emanates from HR, it almost starts and stops with HR. So I think we need that we like my colleague already pointed out earlier that you do need buy-in from the top leadership. You also need line managers to implement this, not just HR, because they are more closer to every single employee that we are taking in this services and this wellness initiatives. So I think having the right people, not just HR, implement this, will also really help in just taking this from like a one-off initiative to a core business strategy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeremiah. It's very insightful. And I think it's all about engagement, which is very important to ensure. Let me move to Ra for, I like this part, which is innovation. So innovation in all aspects is very important. I always say the responsibility of HR in an organization to discover the new Elon Musk, the new Steve Jobs in the organization through reward, through innovative ideas and innovative spirits. So if we would like you to share with us some example, a real-life example of Ta'amiyya, okay, about innovative idea from employee feedback or about wellness or something. By the way, you're doing good things to customer in Ta'amiyya. Just remember that I'm witnessing significant change in the last 4 years. So as a customer, what about employee? If you can share with us an example.
Thank you very much, Mark. Thank you for the organizers as well. Thank you for starting with this. I'm so happy that, alhamdulillah, in terms of customer. But I wanted to let you know that, alhamdulillah, we're doing better, even better for employees. Again, as Noor said, it's in our strategy, it's in our values, it's all about employees. But for us, innovative comes from listening, from understanding our demographics, understanding our people. So whenever you understand your people, you can know how to do innovative ideas, listening from them. So we have our engagement survey that's happening every year. We listen to our employees. We have the results by group age, by sectors, by details. We're going into each and every details. And we analyze each and every comment listening from our employees. So from there, we can come up with different ideas. I also believe that it's wellness. It's beyond only wellness and healthier choices and things like that, but it's to even mental health. So one of our initiatives, it's called Lavender. It's a mental health program for employees and their families. We provide one-to-one mental health sessions for employees, their kids, their families, whoever feel that they need mental or emotional support. We also provide sessions like a monthly and quarterly sessions at the office for employees to educate them about how to deal with their kids, how to deal with stress, with any other thing that they are facing in their life. Another initiative that I love in Ta'awiyya is a vitality program. I don't know if you have heard about it, but it's a very innovative idea about not only, again I will come back to this idea, it's not only about listening to employees, but it's also encouraging them to take wellness as a priority in their life. It's an innovative program that all employees are using. It's encouraging healthy and wellness habits, daily habits. So they have a target, weekly target. Whoever reach these targets, they get rewarded on this for walking or for working out or anything. So they get a cup of coffee, a cinema ticket, or anything else. So it's not only for the employees, it's also for their family, because we believe that wellness, if you are the only one taking healthier choices or going with this wellness activity and everyone around you is going the other way, you will never be on track. So it's also for the families of our employees. One more thing, we believe that, for example, Riyadh jam, traffic jam, we're all suffering from this. So we bring a gym in our company with a dedicated trainer, female and male trainer. We have this walking tracks and healthy choices for food and snacks at the office and at the same place. So employees, they have everything at one place. One more thing I want to say, based on what Noor said about the leadership leading the wellness. We have a very, I think, unique case in Ta'awiyya. You can see our CEO walking around the company in the early morning, doing walking meetings in the walking track in the company as well. You can see him in the restaurant, in the health restaurant, having lunch there. So he's influencing the wellness by example, and you see him and then you get inspired with what he's doing. So you're fine.
Good. Thank you. Well said. Very inspirational. Thank you for sharing these great examples. Let me go back to Noor because we are having a stretch of time. We all talk about return on human capital, return on investment, on training, what is the tangible KPIs. We believe in that KPIs. We always have a debate with our CEOs on the return of investment in training. What about return on investment on wellness? wish if we had the CFOs here in the room to listen to this. I always enjoy the debate with the CFO when we talk about investment in wellness and well-being program. Thank you. Let me move to Jeremiah here for the safe environment to speak up for employees and to share if I have a wellness issue, if I need a consultation, you know. People sometimes they feel shy to share, to speak up, share a problem. If we want to create an environment where people feel connected to each other, how can you help us with your insights?
Thank you for that question. So I think when it comes to getting employees to feel psychologically safe when it comes to contributing to wellness initiatives, or even the conversation of creating either activities or strategy, I think one of the first things to take account of is to ensure that whatever the employees are saying is acknowledged, okay, and it is not dismissed, and also showing very publicly how you are responding to that input, what is happening post them sending that message. What usually a lot of organizations do is a lot of silence and it decreases confidence in all the people that are watching. They're saying, if this person was ignored, I probably will be ignored too. Or sometimes they just outright dismiss. So I think being able to take account of everyone's acknowledge everyone's contributions when it comes to wellness and well-being, all their ideas, or also like that. A lot of the initiatives we've done, either internally or we have in other organizations, have come from the teams. So it can happen if you're not creating an avenue, the environment that allows for that positive share. So a lot of this, we have something called the Run Club, where we actually get employees to run together on the weekends. It's just a fun activity. We do this we have a lot of experts in our team that do not have any activities, and they're new here, so they have a lot of friends. It kind of helps them find some kind of community. And this idea came from employees. A lot of our initiatives are like that. So I think originally the civic environment was to share one big thing to make to create a sort of safe space. The other part is besides creating an enabling environment, it's also making sure that when we do implement these initiatives, we create a space where people feel like they're part of it and not just being ordered to do it. I think a lot of it as well, there's other issues like privacy as well, like our speaker spoke of earlier. Some people are just not, they don't feel confident what's going to happen to the information they send or even the data if this is contributed. Being very clear in our communication, say, hey, this is what we're using this data for. It's very important. And then lastly, I would say, just for the time, when we are in a space, so when we are in a space, everyone will not communicate the exact same way. There are a lot of people in this audience, so people don't have the most fantastic idea, and you just never know, because it's just not people that can do that in a public setting. So we have to accommodate different avenues for sharing. So whether not just everything will be in a community forum setting, sometimes it will be anonymous ways to contribute to that. So we've done a lot of things, like even down to encouraging positive health actions. We have this anonymous leaderboard that we have. It just says Purple Hearts lost 2 kilos. That's it. Doesn't say who. But some people like to be engaged, but not in a way that's very public and open. So yeah, that's my contribution.
we believe diversity is really important, but again, I come back to my first point is understanding your people, listening to them, what is their needs, and then you can take one initiative fits all. You have to consider like the age of your employees, the gender, where they are coming from, even people who are coming from abroad. You have to make this environment like as good for them as they are home or they are with their families. So listening from employees. So for example, we have book club, we have PlayStation tournament, we have like different things that every employee can feel that if I love sport, then I have the football tournament, I can go participate there. If I like reading books, I'll be there. If I believe that it's more than activities or initiative, it's also like people in their career, they want more development. So you do a development programs. People in middle management, they want more of leadership development. So you create those programs to support them reaching their goals in all aspects, in development, in performance, in understanding, in the workplace. As I said earlier, we ask even a question in our survey that I am able to sustain the level of energy throughout the day. So we know each group of employees, if they can sustain the level of energy, and how can we support them to give the best of them in the work environment.
Thank you, Rob. I think we are done with our very fruitful discussions. I enjoyed the remarks. And we have time for questions. We ran out of time. Thank you, our panelists, and thank you all for listening to us. Thank you.
Thank you, panel, for that thought-provoking session. We'll be moving to our next session now. I would like to... He's a professor and a distinguished expert in building thriving, resilient workforces. As a clinical leader, he specializes in designing and executing sophisticated fitness for duty programs and is at the forefront of assessing and managing organizational wellness and burnout. He brings a unique strategic perspective, having shaped scientific and business organizations globally, while also specializing in healthcare quality and accreditation. His insights empower HR executives and business leaders to move beyond reactive wellness initiatives to embed proactive, sustainable health strategies directly into the organizational DNA.
Simon Singh. I believe everyone in the lecture knows Simon Singh. He has a creative idea about start with why. So everyone ask himself why, and this is his purpose, and why do you do what you do? I believe if Simon Singh is here today in our conference, he asked this question. Why we have HR as a company? How many HR is here? How many HR? Wow, mashallah. Okay. Why we have HR as a company? I take this question to my agent in AI and I ask him, why we have HR as a company? Imagine that the company without HR. It will be fantastic, that's right? And he gave me a very fantastic answer. He told me, imagine the company as a luxurious car. The executives didn't drive. They only give the directions. The managers are the one driving the operations and drive the car. The HR is the chief technical people for the car. They ensure the engine is tuned and the right fuel is used and the car is legally roadworthy. You are the chief technical people. So your role is very curious for us, very important for any company. Really, you are the architect. You're making the strategy. You're assigning the people. You're making the building, the hiring talent as important. You are the builder. Same time, you are the coach after that. Training, development, performance management, career path, and you are the glue. This is very, very empathetic words. Shaping the culture. You are the one. And posting engagement, like our hero, Crowne has. You are the rewarder, fair pay and benefits management. HR are the protector, legal compliance and conflict resolution, and they are the confident. They promote and support well-being. And this is a very important point, we will come to it again. You are supporting and promoting well-being, and you are the problem solving. So, in conclusion, the HR maximize the potential of the company, human capital, to achieve business goals and ensuring fair, safe, and productive work environment for everyone. Second destination in our journey in the wellness is the questions. We start with the first question from Simon Singh. He said, why we have HR in the company? And I told you to continue with why. Why you are here in this lecture today? Can we have answers? Maybe some say to learn something new, to make a relationship, to visit the exhibition is right here. Maybe my boss ordered me to go to these lectures and this. But for me, the most right answer to answer your wellness questions. Please answer these three questions to know the well-being in your company. Okay? Every one of you prepare himself to answer this question before we continue. What is the percentage of your employee watching or actively seeking for a new job? Do you know? Anyone in the whole here know? What is the percentage? We name it intent to leave. How many employees in your company intent to leave? Problem. You know. Okay, we have number. What is the percentage of employee experience daily sadness in your company? What is the percentage of employee experience burnout in your company? It's not about engagement anymore. Please, anyone have engagement questionnaire, he is selfish. He caring about the company and he treats the employee like machines to be engaged with my company. The transformation now to measuring the well-being of the employee and the total wellness. And this is the question. If you have the answer, you already measure the well-being. To answer these questions, we have a statistics from Gallup. This is an international company working more than 20 years in measuring the wellness all over the world. And they gave us a very specific answer. The intent to live in Saudi Arabia is 47%. So every company in Saudi Arabia have about 47% of its employee intend and planning to live and actively watching for another new job. The daily salaries in Saudi Arabia is 18%. 18% of your employees have daily salaries. And they actually engagement survey not has a turnout, but if we consider the disengagement as a turnout, it gives us a rough estimation about 40% of your employees are burning out. So this is the answer of this question. And here we start our challenge. Our situation, before I answer the question and before I ask you the question, all of us don't know that we don't know. After we have the answers, we start to know that we don't know. God willing, at the end of this session, we think we know how to measure the well-being and how to make a model of well-being. And God willing, after 3 months, we will know after our initiative what we do. Global wellness for the Gallup has this indicator for 20 years, and they estimate that the money, the return on investment, we lose about $9.7 trillion from the global GDP due to the low engagement. All over the world, the engagement is only 21%. And they had a very good numbers about the well-being, not the turnout, not the engagement anymore. They say that 75% of the medical cost due to preventable causes. The burnout, the depression, the anxiety, the stress, the medical condition, preventable medical condition, cost us as a company 75%, and offshore insurance company like us. 20 million of additional loss opportunity for every 10,000 employees in the struggling and suffering employees. They claim that they can save 322 billion of turnover and loss only due to the burnout. And lastly, about 15 to 20% of the total payroll coming from voluntary turnout cost on average or due to the burnout. A huge number, and a huge saving, and you can go to the CFO, told him we will save this money, and for the chief executive officer. Another number, and very important number, about the fewer negative outcome if we care about the well-being. We have decreased about 78% in the absenteeism if we apply the well-being and wellness model. And of course, decreased 21% from 21 to 51% in the turnover. The positive increased 10% in the customer loyalty and engagement, and from 70 to 30%, 17 to 13% in productivity, and also for profitability, 23% increase in profitability. What is the solution? We have now a challenge. We know what is our problems, and we are caring only with engagement in the company, but not caring about the well-being. What is the solution that we have? And in Ta'awiyah company, we believe in science. And I think we are the only and the first company that has research and development initiative all over the Middle East. Everything we do related to the science and research. This paper published only from a couple of weeks. They speak about, they do the advancing employee culture and health of well-being among 184,000 employees in USA. And they conclude that research demonstrates that employees working cooperatively and following an appropriate sequence of scientific-based approach can demonstrate a positive trend in organizational culture of health and well-being schools, pointing to the possibility of sustainable culture change. and the change is marvelous, moving from 60 to 71 achievement of the benchmark score. But this science and this research have a very clear methodology. Their methodology, industry validated baseline assessment. And then, along with the strategic roadmap and guidance from physician executive experts. Anyone physician here? One. Crowne physician, 2, 3. About 4 physicians only involving in the Wellbeing program. How come? We must have physician executive expert to roadmap and guide the Wellbeing program. Why? Why we need that? If you bring the ice cream cart to make happiness among your employee, and there is a diabetic one or two, it is a hell for them. It's not happiness. If you are planning for birthday gift for one of your employee and he has obsessive compulsive disorder, it will be a panic for him. So basically, you must know the medical status of your employee. You must know the pre-employment and the annual occupation examination. If you didn't have a solid medical profile about your employee, you can't make any wellness initiative for him. So in Ta'amiyya, we started to have this corporate health solution. Corporate health clinic, any company has more than 1,000 employees, they must have corporate health clinic. They must have occupational health examination, pre-employment and annual, and this all documented and prepared on the platform. And we name it the ecosystem, the integrated ecosystem. Before we start in the wellness, we must have a very solid medical profile about our employee. After that, we transfer to the wellness program and the Ta'amiyya, having the first corporate wellness model all over the Middle East. This model is practical, has 7 stages of vitality in your corporate. The same vitality in the individual we have it for corporate vitality. We make it strategically, we make it executive, starting by inspired leadership, wellness hierarchy, change management, and we will go through it step by step. The first one, I like very much the talk of Paul about the inspired leadership, because I have the same school, the certified wellness practitioner, and we must have the C-suite executive demonstrate the return of the wellness. And please, if your top management and the leaders don't adopt the wellness and don't have the commitment to the wellness, don't do anything and leave this company. It's the shortcut for success. Search for another management, believe in wellness, and start with him a success journey. Or educate him like we do in our hierarchy model. After that, the chief wellness officer, the blueprint for the job, the KPIs, and also the wellness champions all over the company to have army believe and struggle with every employee in the wellness champion. Change culture, and it takes almost 3 years to change culture. To have the wellness academy, the training program, maybe it's online, maybe it's physical, maybe it's a workshop, but we must have something like that. And in Ta'amiyya, we have the cultural architect badge. We give them badge that you are the cultural architect. You are the one who will change the culture in your company. After that, we're starting in the measurement. In the Ta'amiyya wellness operation system for every company, measurement of the burnout. This is a dashboard that we have in the burnout. Everyone consider that he is burning out or not burning out. No, that's not like that. Let me tell you the profile of the job burnout. We have the burnout profile. So maybe we have them burnout or disengaged or overextended or maybe ineffective or engaged. So every employee in our company will be in one of the categories of these 5 categories. And this is very important because no one solution fits all. Okay?
How frequent you are measuring this?
6 months. 6 months. By the way, this is my PhD from 2013. in the measurement of the burnout. So we use Maslach burnout inventory. This is the most common inventory in measuring the burnout all over the world, and we calculate the dashboard like that. So in front of the company, you know how many is engaged, how many is effective, how many overextended, and how to deal with every category of their employee. Also, we calculate the wellness profiles or the burnout profile against the different indicators or factors, like the age group, like the wellness marital status, smoking like smoker, Saudi and Saudi, everything we catch, even though about the job title. And this is one of the most important indicators in our wellness model in the town area. After that, we have the innovation portal. We notice that a lot of initiatives succeed and a lot of others fail. So we make this portal, you log in the portal, username and password, and see what is the initiative and the rank of this initiative, how it is effective, what is the success measures for every initiative, especially in Saudi Arabia. Does yoga benefit us or not? We don't know. We didn't have research. In innovation portal, you will go and see if another company, X company, use yoga and how the engagement with the employee with this yoga, and they benefit him and they return and decrease the burnout level among the employee. Execution stage, we name this one for 1 year, and we see this is at least 1 year for making it run and execution, and after that we have the adaptive wellness reports. What is the ask? Do you remember the research? The research stated two things in the methodology. The first thing is an industry-validated baseline assessment. And unfortunately, we didn't have this assessment customized for Saudi Arabia. So, our ask from you today that we believe that teamwork makes the dream work. So we start our ask and call for action from this conference. As Ta'niyah have now nearly 4 decades, and they are being synonymous with one powerful idea, the Saudi insurance pioneer. Ta'niyah is the first B2B license, the first to sell the kingdom, and the first choice for 3.4 million people seeking security. With transmissions of the undergoal of historical transformation for the Vision 2030, we are called to pioneer once more. This is our movement to advance more than ensuring risk, being architecting the foundation of the National Wellbeing Index, with all subject matter experts, with all HR leaders, and well-being advocates who call for abstracting and for founding the National Wellbeing Index. God willing, it will be the next chapter in our legacy, all of us. Ta'niyah now transitioning from just managing claims to strategically prevent them. We are moving from reactive care to proactive thriving of our employees. So this is QR code, please scan and put your information to be one of the founders, and God willing we will announce everything about this initiative in Global Health, 27th of October, God willing. انضم إلينا الآن وكونوا ممثلين. Just you drop your information and agree for the conditions, and you will be one of the team founding the first National Wellbeing Index government. Thank you very much. I am just 1 minute.
Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you for this excellent presentation. Really exciting to me. I have really two notes, two questions. One of the questions is that, as you know, that now the work style or the orientation is changing now. From physical presence now, you're going to remote, I'm going to hybrid. So how can you implement a much more how
everyone to know that burnout is not disease. Burnout is organizational condition. So if you wanted to treat the burnout, treat the managers in the organization. Treat the environment of the organization. We are doctors. Never I have a burnout employee and I give him Cipralex. It's a mess. It's not working. And depressive and psychotic disorders and any drugs not clearing and treating the environment of the company. So you must start with training, education of your manager. If your manager, I use this example in every training. If your manager have obsessive compulsive disorders, your life in the company will be a hell. What is the treatment? Treat the manager's conditions. So this is the same. In the burnout, you must treat the organizational conditions. About the hybrid, it's more catastrophic for the hybrid because this means that you are not safe during the end of the time after the working hours. You are not safe because you are working in hybrid, and this is increasing the stress. Some of the people say, I'm working in a very good company, I have hybrid working, may I working online and I working physically, but really it increases stress for the company. So we must also educate the managers, educate the management that you must have a free hours. Don't ask, don't send email in this hour. Please respect the life and the community and the social living of your employees. Don't be workaholic. Thank you. Another question? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Al-Badri. Some really interesting initiatives being taken care of. I hope all of you guys can get further details from him and his team. He'll be available with us throughout the rest of the day. We'll quickly move on to our next session now. We have with us Tanya Layson, the founder. Being in the nutrition industry for nearly 18 years. She studied nutrition and dietetics, is also a certified coach, a hypnotherapist, and she's done training in applied positive psychology. She has extensive experience in workplace wellbeing programs across government, small, medium, and large enterprises, as well as consulting private clients in the health and nutrition industry. She's she's the founder of Good Health Coach that runs bespoke wellbeing programs for companies focusing on smoking cessation, sustainable health programs to improve the health of individuals and organizations.
Many of us in this room are aware of the benefits of employee wellbeing programs, but when we have healthy employees, it helps to have a healthy organisation. So the employees, if you put them at the centre, they're like an asset for a company and they have a ripple effect. So when the employee is healthier, you're going to have a healthier organisation. And we're aware of some of the benefits, so increased workplace happiness, improved work-life balance, better stress and burnout management, more engaged workers, increased staff retention and reduced quiet quitting and reduced presenteeism. and it fits with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia's Vision 2030 in achieving higher levels of well-being. And just a statement here from Dean Holland, the General Manager from Bupa, Global Middle East and Asia. So wellbeing programs are no longer a luxury, but a necessity investment to foster a healthier, more resilient workforce, ultimately driving business success. Okay. What is our approach to wellbeing programs? We use 4 basic principles, so they're evidence-based, they are fit for purpose, they use sustainable habit change principles, and specialised delivery. So what does this look like? Evidence-based, so we use health coaching tools and techniques, positive psychology principles, behaviour change techniques, hypnotherapy, and workshops based on research. When we look at health coaching techniques, what is health coaching techniques? So we use techniques such as active listening, so really listening to what the person is saying, what they need and what they want. We use goal setting and accountability, so working with the person to understand what their goals are and making them accountable as well, so stepping them through what they need to do and holding them accountable to those steps so that they can achieve their goals. We also use empathy and compassion. When you connect with someone and understand them and give them a safe space to express themselves, you create that empathy and compassion and connection with the person, which helps them to achieve their goals. We use motivational interviewing. So when we're asking people questions about their goals, we find out what their motivations are for achieving their goals. And that ultimately is a person's why. So what really drives them to achieve what they want to achieve. For some people, when it comes to their health, it might be their family wanting to be healthier, to be around longer, to see their children grow up, see their grandchildren. It may be being able to be more functional, have more energy, be more productive in the day. It's a different why for everyone, and that's what we explore with motivational interviewing. And when you get a person to focus on their why, it helps them to do the things that they may not want to do, but that motivation gets them to do it because of their end goal, the why, what they're trying to achieve. And we also use the GROW model, which we'll get into a little bit later. And with health coaching, there are plenty of research articles out there that health coaching helps with clinical outcomes that can modify risk factors in healthy persons and those with already diagnosed chronic diseases as well. So it's supporting people to follow clinical advice through lifestyle changes, so they may have a health condition or certain lifestyle behaviours that put them at risk of certain health conditions, but health coaching helps them to follow through that clinical advice. And we also can support the engagement with wellbeing programs. So if a workplace is offering certain services, for example, if they have EAP, counselling, we can support the engagement with those. So could be helping with utilisation of other existing wellbeing programs. And fit for purpose. So we do bespoke and fit for purpose approach. So we meet the needs of the employee, so finding out what the employee wants and needs initially, and also working with the organisation as a whole. Using sustainable habit change. So knowing something is great, having the information and the knowledge is fantastic, but it's about putting that into action. So we turn the shoulds into coulds and the coulds into I will and I do. So we need to undo the old habits to build new healthy habits. And we use specialised delivery. So using professionals in each area to deliver workshops. So workshop on exercise, we speak with an exercise physiologist, and nutrition and gut health, you would be speaking with a nutritionist and gut health coaches. And how do we do this? So what is the process? So initially we discover, so we have a questionnaire that asks the employees what they want and need. And then we go back to the company with a proposal, a report showing what the employees want and need, and also putting that together in a proposed delivery method. Then we would deliver the program, and then there's a follow-up as well. So we like to know what people benefited from, where they need more support, and the changes from the discover process through to the delivery. So how we deliver the program is we use workshops, focusing on these different areas depending on what people are saying that they need more of. We also then use group coaching and personalised coaching. So the coaching part really emphasises what people are learning in the workshops and what we're going through. So they need to really act on the information that they're being provided. To do this, we use the GROW model. So GROW just stands for goal, reality, obstacles or options, and way forward. So initially identifying the outcome or the goal that the person is trying to achieve, where you want to be compared to where you are now. The reality, so what is the current situation and what is happening at the moment? And the obstacles and options, so what are the options to overcome any barriers, promote solutions, and think laterally, so really get the person to open up their mind and think outside the box to create those options and solutions. And what is the way forward? So what are the steps now to take to get from where someone is now to where they want to be, and including timelines and accountability as well. Now let's have a look at the smoking cessation program. So why invest in a smoking cessation program? So smokers are more likely to have increased sick leave from colds and flus, have increased chances of developing certain chronic diseases such as lung disease, certain cancers, and cardiovascular disease. And also the time taken for smoking breaks, which that time could otherwise be used for more productive alternatives or other wellbeing activities to better deal with stress, because smoking can often be a coping mechanism for dealing with stress, or it can other activities that add to wellbeing instead of detracting from it like smoking does. The economic burden of smoking and secondhand smoke as well in the GCC was estimated at $34.5 billion in a 2023 published study, so this one down here. So you look at that as direct costs and indirect costs. So the indirect costs include a loss of productivity, illness, and premature death. So that person is no longer in the workforce or society anymore. And then the direct costs are the medical and health expenses in treating the smoking-induced illnesses. So the smoking cessation program, what process do we use for this? So again, we follow the workshop format, and we work in the group setting to work on the person's mindset, their understanding of smoking addiction, and really challenging that smoking thought process as well. And we use that as well to find someone's motivation to quit. And then the personalised one-on-one part of the smoking cessation program is the hypnotherapy session. So hypnotherapy works with the unconscious mind, where habits are formed, built and sustained. So hypnotherapy allows us to go into that unconscious part of the mind and really break, interrupt and change that habit as well, and change the way the person sees cigarettes and smoking. And it brings it more into the conscious part of the mind, which is the part where you can logically think about something and make a choice, instead of it just being an automatic action or behaviour. So just a very short overview of a case study. So a group of smokers in an agricultural company. So the agricultural company had a combination of both blue and white collar workers. And of those group of people, we had 80% that either quit completely or had a reduction of between 50 and 75% in cigarette smoking. Between that 80%, it was about half and half who quit completely and had the reduction. That is a summary of the health coaching with sustainable habit change and also smoking cessation program that I offer. If you would like any more information on that, or just to speak to me directly about how this could be applied to your company, just a QR code there, and you can just book in a 30-minute session with me. Thank you very much.
now, break for coffee. We'll join us back in about 30 minutes for the rest.
afternoon, everyone. Yes. Okay. So right. Okay. Good. Good afternoon, everyone, and you enjoy your coffee break and prayer time. Before we start, I will take this opportunity to introduce myself in a different from Waha. Actually, I'm not HR. I should converse this. I'm background of pediatrician. I'm a general pediatric consultant for more than 20 years, working in National Guard Health Affairs in Riyadh. And I'm chief of home health care. I handled several positions in research centers in the university, being assistant professor. He wants, as usual, quality. There is a patient safety or something I can help and improve the quality of care. And he said, I'd like
the main domain is staff experience. So they think, okay, we should invest on the staff experience to make sure that our patient experience is good in the health organization. And next day, he sent me WhatsApp. He said, okay, we need to prepare something for the board. And he mentioned structure, governance, and accountability. To be honest, I was like, what I should, from where I start. Actually, what the governance now? What staff experience if we start? I know that today or these 2 days we are talking about the wellness and staff well-being, but I will go back to the staff experience in general. So what is a staff experience?
Whole journey, from start to beginning, the whole journey of the staff, since recruitment until resignation or retirement, or so the whole journey, either if it's a year, 2 years, 20 years. So this is how the staff experienced the management and the system, or how we are dealing with it.
So this is what it's like it's the whole journey of the employee from joining pre-recruitment even, from joining the organization, during the organization, how he will thrive and work in the organization, till the off-boarding or leaving the organization. And some people, they will say the well-being is a staff experience. Some of them, they will say it's career development and thriving, it's a staff experience. It's a lot of definition. So the main things in governance, let me ask you another question. What is governance? Rules. Structures. Responsibilities. Framework. Control. Processes. I think it's like, I will have simple. Who did what and what's the framework اللي كلنا بنتكلم فيه عشان نصير عارفين ومين الريسبونسبلز and how to be responsible. حتى الاكونتابيلتي لما اجي اتكلم بالسمبل what we should do and how we can do it, and the timeline, and it's who's the authority or will put the rules, and will make sure this rule is followed. Interestingly, so I wrote the framework, you went through framework. I prepared this. Actually, I will not move to the slide as in order because I think we are talking the same thing in these 2 days about staff well-being. So I will share with you the journey of staff experience in national grants and the obstacles and what how we build our program from scratch. So in general, what is the weakest point in your organization? It's lack of governance, accountability, or leadership buy-in. First one, lack of governance. Raise your hand. All of you have very clear governance in your, or you don't have a staff experience. What about accountability? Yes, I see many hands. What about leadership engagement? Yes. So in National Guard mentions it, in National Guards, the things that 4 years back, it's the decision that's come from the leadership, from the higher management, because they do believe that the patient experience is burdened or jeopardized if we didn't invest in the staff experience. So they are the one asked. But really at the beginning, they don't know what exactly we want to do to the staff. But we need the productivity to increase. We need the outcome of patient experience to improve. Work with the staff experience, Manal and Crowne. We defined the framework. We defined the framework. We said with the team, with some of stakeholders giving feedback, and we defined that we have to promote staff health and well-being, employee growth and career development, work environment and investing culture, staff inclusion and sense of belonging, and recognition award. Lastly, it's listening and staff voice. And each domain, it's like we need to have another definition for this framework. Why it's important to have a framework, structured framework and definition? Because I want to have a common language between me as a staff experience department, between the board and the higher management, or the leaders in the organization, and the frontliner, even the staff, what expected. When we are mentioning we want to enhance the staff experience, they know we are talking about well-being. When I'm talking about well-being, what exactly well-being, how I can define well-being. This is another journey. Okay, we defined the framework, عندنا framework واضح. طيب ايش الموظفين expected مني في الويل-being؟ هل هي staff lounge؟ هل هي healthy snacks؟ هل هي we have event celebrating events؟ ولا هل هي more than this؟ هل هي growth؟ هل هي financial؟ هل هي social؟ هل هي more physical? What I should do from where I start? So what we did something based on this 6 domain, which we call it self-assessment for the department. We have questionnaires all over the 6 regions we have, and send it to all the staff, the leaders, the frontliner. We listen from them, we take the feedback. We did a second survey. The response rate, it wasn't high, but it's more than 6,000 from our staff, they respond to us. We went there, analyzed it, and we are background quality. The ownership or the authority I'm reporting to is to the quality executive director. Why quality? It's independent body. We can check, monitor, and balance within the whole system. That's why it's different a bit from the usual model that staff experience under HR. So after we receive all these data from our staff, from our leaders, we go through it and analyze it. And again, because we are the head of the quality, we like standards. So we set the standards for each goal, very clear standards, measured based on تصورنا, based on GCI, based on SIBAHI, based on the feedback of كانت 7,000 response from our staff, and we built MHHA staff experience standards. So now I have a clear language between me, between the board, and we have fixed agenda in the board each week. Every other week we have fixed agenda in the board. We present staff experience, one of our outcome and the quality department in general, and in the whole hospital. So from here we start. Then, as I mentioned, the standards is the second process. Okay, we develop this standards. We go through awareness program all over the region. All the leaders, more than 400 leaders, attend this workshop, several workshops, just to make them aware about these standards. And we have like a common solid ground and clear definition for each one. And when I'm talking about well-being, I'm talking about, do you have a strategic plan in your department for well-being? Do you have a mental health program? Do you have a mental health program activity? Do you have a first aid program? So they know what exactly I want from them and what we need to do to enhance this. After that, we plan accreditation or a self-assessment for this standards. It's 76 standards. They go through it. The team in the region, the staff experience in the region, they go within the department, they make round day by day for all the department. They visit them, they visit the leaders. After the workshop, they make sure that they have action plan to implement these standards, and they know what we measure and how we can measure it. And then they have in the region mock accreditation to accredit for the department for this standards. Then we are planning for the next quarter that we have MNGHA staff experience standards accreditation covering all the 6 regions. One of the things that our initiative to enhance, we find out when we're talking about the standards of the measures to mental health, we have first aid, we have RISE program and mental health program. And in collaboration مع المؤسسة الوطنية لتعزيز الصحة النفسية, we facilitate this collaboration. So all over the regions we have ambassadors and champions in the department to support this program. So even we facilitate to the department leaders that we have ready-made tool and program. You can just take this tool and apply it in your department. This is just how we, the mental health program work in our organizations. It's very sensitive in healthcare organization when I'm talking about psychological safety or RISE program, second victim program, because we are talking about patients, life and death. How I encourage the staff to speak up. How I will tell him, I will empower him that if you did a mistake, you can go and report the mistake you did it yourself. And we will learn together how to improve our system. I will not blame you. I will teach you how you navigate this challenge and how you... The other thing, sometimes it's like second victim program, sometimes it's not medical error, but the things that didn't went well with my patient. So, and I don't feel good about this, and you know, the people that they working in emergency room, the patients working in OR, not all the patients that they have the best outcome that we'd like to have. So how we can support them. From there even, now we have the leader engaged, the champion. Also we move to step down that we have peer responders, that we train them to support their colleagues and to identify these early sign of burnout or anxieties or depression, and they are working with them, identify them, and they have the mental health training. Being in healthcare organization is facilitating for us because we have the mental health department, so it's like collaboration with mental health. We have a well-being clinic established, covered by psychiatrists, well-trained psychiatrists. We receive a feedback from the leaders, from the staff, and our plan is quarterly to cover 100 persons from the department that we have through our regional staff experience. We have open for the staff walk-in consultation. We have a staff voice system. It's a platform in our intranet, so they can just go log in by their account, having consultations, suggestions, complaints within the system. Helpline, just they pick the phone and they can call, and the agent or the staff experience specialist, he will answer them and will address their need, and if they need any support, they will provide it immediately. How we engage our leadership? As I told you, I have we think it's easier way that because I'm being asked from the higher authority, this is what we want something. But really when we go deep in the domain and these things, I think they were not ready for all the demand that staff experience they needed. And okay, we capture staff voice, we come up with the first staff experience survey. The result is not the best for the organization. What we want to do, Manal, it's okay, next system, let's work with the operation, let's work with HR, let's work with the processes, what is our priority? We choose some quick wins, but also we go to our strategy back and we focus more on the strategy. So we said at the beginning of, end of 24 and beginning of 25, that the focus strategy is there to handle the previous surveys and the result and how we can focus. And so we have the leader, they understand our language now. And when we talk about the standards, they understand now. I say, okay, the standard 1.12, they have it. They understand, okay, I have a problem here. I need to have action plan, and I need to communicate with this department, for example, rehabilitation department, for physical fitness program that tailored for the staff at the lab. And they have many programs. It's like كان بصراحة حراك على مستوى كل الأورجنايزيشن، لأنهم صاروا عارفين إحنا بالضبط إيش نبغى لما نتكلم staff experience، عارفين what we measure. And دائما if I have clear measure، أعرف أنا وين رايح، الطريق الفيجن اللي أنا رايح فين. We need this. Okay, we are that I need very well being staff and productivity and engagement, but how we can reach that? Okay, if I take the feedback from the staff and I engage the leaders, I change the mindset of the leaders that, okay, I'm talking about patient experience. So I'm investing in patient from as a healthcare provider, as my outcome or my profit is patient experience. If I want to enhance my patient experience, I will work here. I should invest in my staff. So we have, as I mentioned, this across all the system orientation for the staff experience framework standards for all the leaders. Even more, we have leader onboarding program, which any new leaders or any newly promoted leader, he should go through this program. It's a program to enhance the leadership competencies, all these things, and with it, it's our standards and our staff experience need and model and the framework. So it's integrated. This is maybe a way that we put it in the DNA of the leaders and the organization. So the culture, they are talking about staff experience and how to enhance it. And this is one of the workshops that we are doing. It's for our leaders in all regions. And here when we launched the second victim program and rising program, this is in Dammam when we visit them and train. To have a peer responders is something more crucial, so it's making things easier for us because you cannot, we are a huge organization, we have 6 hospitals, 6 cities. We have more than 30,000 employees. We have different job family. We have the medical, we have the nursing, we have the light health, we have other professionals like engineering, IT, and administrative. So each job, they have their own challenges. Some of them, they are frustrated, they are feeling left alone, they are not supporting in the system, what the system doing for them. Yes, my well-being, it's my responsibility as a staff, like what my organization provide to me and align this with my need. How they address it, how they make sure صحيح احنا نبغاهم engaged. I want to increase the productivity. This is the language that I'm talking with the leaders and higher management. But also I need to make sure that the well-being is there and it's addressed and in the agenda and we count on it in our organization. And here the executive, by the way, they are attending the launching of this one. The executive in the region, they are involved in the onboarding program for the whole leader, first, second layer management of the leader, from the supervisor to the director, all of them, they are there. Other tools, it's like enhancing many goals. For example, we are teaching our leaders to have very clear prediction or goals with their staff. I do believe well-being is one of the main domains. It's a growth for the الموظف معك. How he developed, how he is moved from A to B, how he will be a leader, our next generation leader, how you prepare him to be there. It's one of the things that we should work together with him. So when we are investing in the performance charters and how they have a very clear, smart goals, and we evaluate them on it, because we find out why we have this specifically transparent, clear goal, mid-year evaluation, and twice, and then before the end, improvement plan for the staff. Why we did all these things? Because one of the feedback that we receive from our staff that they have a problem with their evaluation and yearly appraisal. They have a challenge in understanding what exactly their leader needs from them. So we developed a complete program just to make sure that we align, and we will tell our staff we are listening, we are there. Yes, your concern, we address it, and we add to this on our leader and the leader budgets. We have many channels to receive the feedback, as I mentioned. We have the helpline, we have the staff voice, and we have yearly staff experience survey where we measure staff experience, the all 6 domains that we are talking about, and it's recognition. We recognize our staff, their performance, their achievement, and also for speaking up, for good catch in the system. If you are seeing something in the system and you need to improve it, and you present it to us, still we will recognize you, and we'd like to do the improvement. What we are doing is like the culture of improvement. What we are measuring and taking the feedback, it's not to have a green numbers in our screen and that we are achieving. No, it's to improve the system. Because I do believe usually there is a room of improvement. We can move from here to here, and every day we are compare ourselves by the day before and the day before. Which even if I'm doing great here, but I need to be greater tomorrow and after tomorrow. The things is like this is I like this slide because it's a success story. AMS score, the net promoting score. It's it's a national mandate now, and when we start having this score in our organization, to be honest, in healthcare organization the score is low. Even this is -11, it was at the beginning, even it's worse than this, and the response is not as what we expected. Why do you think we are in this situation?
You don't
Trust. They are not trust that someone will hear their voice and they will act on it. They feel that lack of transparency in the system. They feel okay, ما حد يسمعني، احنا نكتب كل يوم كذا. With the things or الحراك اللي صار في السيستم يعني احنا من 3 سنين بنشتغل بس السنه اللي فاتت where we consolidate our staff experience standards where we disseminated where the leaders really in first line management, the leaders, they are engaged with us. This is make the shifts from here to there, and I do believe because we invested that the response rate is increased from this number from 4.3 to 79%, and the net promoter score has become 20. 20 for healthcare organization, it's like I think 90. It's something. It's usually the average is بالminus for healthcare organization for the net promoting score. So we reach there because we try to have very established governance. We have established framework. We have standards. We are having a common language بسيطة واضحة 1 2 3 1.12. This is what we want from you. أنا متأكدة أن أغلب الليدرز they want يعني ما في مدير يبغى الموظف frustrated، ما في يبغى زعلان، ما أنا مو قصدي أزعلك ولا قصدي أطفشك ولا بس I need the work to be done. So if you give the leader the tool that they can support their staff and the work is to be done, they will adapt it. They will not resist. And by here I reach to my final things. So governance is building the trust, accountability is action, and engagement is a culture. Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Manal. Very insightful. عندي سؤال about the structure. So I understand the employee experience is centralized.
It's what?
Centralized.
Yes.
Centralized, but in the different regions.
Yes, staff experience, it's like the job of all the leaders, and the staff experience is the job of all the staff of the organization. This is one of like a slogan that we have, usually we are telling our leaders and our staff. It's not staff experience department. We are doing the framework, the structure, monitoring, auditing, check the system, building the strategy, but actually staff experience is the work of each leader in his department. And they report, and what we are doing the checks on, and we have this wide system, it's staff voice and these things. But we encourage them to solve the issues within their department, and that's why we invest a lot of training the leaders and onboarding program and other programs for specific of the leaders.
Thanks so much for your excellent presentations. We know there's disregard the real experience and the thinking behavior of collaborating with this organization there. I would like to know about your excellent experience here about measuring the experience. Have you really shared experience or worked closely with other hospitals in the region here in Riyadh, or Transformative, or other hospitals about providing, let's say, not only specific to the hospitals, but specific to the national guard, specific even to the
healthcare system? We wish that has, like now I do, I can't speak today and we said our system is mature enough for healthcare organization to share. And we applied this one all over the National Guard. So we have 6 hospitals, we are applying the same system, and it's very successful. Of course, the A system, there is a challenge and some point, but I think it's very very clear framework, KPIs and standards and way of measuring this and the initiatives that we can and I think we are willing to share this with any healthcare system.
Any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Dr. Bawazir, for sharing your journey for employee well-being at your organization. Moving on to our next session, we have Mr. Man Fatani, the Group Vice President, HR and Shared Services, Middle East Paper Company. He's going to be sharing about how we can go about designing a unique corporate wellness strategy or work-life balance program based on employees' needs and business strategy.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum again. Having me today actually for the third time, but let me start with telling you something. I'm not good at making presentation, but I always try my best. And also, I don't like making a formal presentation. I hate formality in general. It's difficult for HR. The father of formalities in the organization, but I don't like, And my background is marketing, so this is why branding, and I enjoy making some of the presentation themes. So I tried my best to make it simple, smooth, super friendly to get the message. When Rohan told me about the strategy of wellness, this is not the type of me to tell you step number 1, we will go, and the pillar. So I have done it my way. In a very easy, smooth manner, so I wish you will accept it. So, well-being at work, as we said, is the true competitive edge. This is what will make a difference, not in organization or workplace, in our life. So, okay. First, when I think of a strategy or strategic thinking, let me tell you my pillars, my triple C's of workplace wellness. Okay? So, which is very important to consider when we talk about how we can design a strategy for that. So, my triple C's of workplace wellness, wellness challenges, C number 1, wellness culture, and wellness configurations. Okay? So I forgot to tell you also I like emoji. I like. So in each one of these pillars, we will share some ideas or thoughts or a brainstorming. Let's take it like this. Okay? First one, when we talk about challenges, we need to understand what is our challenges. This is like a diagnosis in the organization. We need to put the organization in X-ray to understand what is our problem. You remember the great Mark Twain when he said, the whole world stands for people who knows what they want in life. So we need as an organization to understand what is our problem, not just to follow, the best practices people they are doing, those are doing. No, what we need is very important to understand. Okay? When people thrive, business, it's connected. Do the same, So we need also in our diagnosis exercise to understand people. If you don't understand people, you don't understand business. This is a basic rules of life, like the great Simon Sinek always says in his seminars. So that's something very important in the diagnosis. Listening is always a power, okay? Feedback, getting from the people, engage them in the listening part in this diagnosis exercise. Listening is key. Effective listening is key, so we can design the right things for the people. We have to realize in our challenges that we are going to invest. Again, a button, a flight with CFOs, to convince what we are going to invest in the people. To invest, we need a budget of $3 million to invest in something very important that will help the organization to grow. So, realizing the ROI of wellness and how it's so important, it is very important. We need also to calculate and be realized and be aware of the cost of poor well-being. Result, it has to be. This is a tangible result. Absenteeism, turnover, loss of talent in the organizations. People are not engaged. I feel burdened to come to the organization, to the company. We are working in a workplace that's full of tensions. This is the normal interactions. So we need to build the right immune system, mentally immune system inside the organization, so people, they can be fully protected. We have to align the organization wellness strategy with the whole organization to be extracted from the organization strategy, the same as all elements. I always sit with our strategy, chief strategy information, or chief strategy officer, to design this part. You always having a debate with the people. Is that subject is important? I told you in the panel, our problem is, even when we talk about wellness, we talk about it as part of HR initiative, or let's talk about health. Even when sometimes when we do a health day, okay, wellness is a small part. The great about this summit, we are talking about well-being. We are talking about wellness, which is very important to think about. So it has to be aligned with the business strategy, so to ensure we are moving in the right direction, with realizing how it's so important. Number 2, culture. Culture is the king. Culture is everything. I like the word culture, by the way. I love it, So culture, it's all about a lifestyle inside the organization. So well-being at work is well-being at life. If employee is mentally well and well prepared to come physically, when we talk about well-being, the great combo of the 3, body, mind, and soul, If it's reflected, it is reflected. It's affecting the whole organization. So the culture where we can focus on individuals, okay, that will be very helpful in developing this. When we talk about organizational capability, from where it comes, organizational capability, from individual capability. This is why we hire talent, this is why we raise awareness. So we're targeting about a culture that reflects on the lifestyle. Nobody is born with a limited winning. We're born with potentials. So we need to work on this potential to make it in the DNA of the organization. Wellness also is the key to control the most important topic for a workforce inside the organization, which is emotional intelligence. I always tell myself, I always give myself feedback. I need to manage my emotions, so we always invest in self-development part and how to control our emotions. So we need to develop a culture, an individual that work or have the ability to work well with managing their emotions. Managing your emotions, do not let your emotion to sit in the driver's seat, which is a very important. Your action, your mindset, it should lead, which is a very important. The stronger culture will be the impact the healthier the people will be. When wellness lead performance, will follow. This is for all performance management system. So that's something very important to consider in creating the right culture where people are fully aware and realizing what we are talking about or what we are doing here. The balancing of lifestyle is something very important. We cannot get the best out of the people who are fully exhausted. Do you remember that book called Working With You Is Killing Me? So it's not only about managing difficult people, it's about, the balance of lifestyle. The power of full engagement, it comes from this balancing of lifestyle. I really respect the CEO who closed his office at night and lock his door at 4:30 and see you next day. That's something really a great CEOs can do in life, So beyond policies to make it part of a DNA, this is what the cultural challenge we need to emphasize and build inside the organization. The culture that will produce people for you. Regarding the DNA, I always like the wellness mindset of a person like Amr Diab. I like his wellness DNA. Look at Amr Diab at the age of 60 something, mashallah, inspiring us by his mental wellness, by fitness, hitting record. Look at the power of ambitious he has, we always say passion is not alone is never enough. You need to equip yourself with the wellness part, If you force yourself to stop living in autopilot, you stop living in doing something for the living every day, then you will start to realize the growth. The growth will come and will follow. When we start and we have this the right culture, high performance culture comes from high performance people. From where we will get the high performance people? This is what is required. What we're discussing here in 2 days, it's all about wellness to bring. This is why it's not nice to have. It's luxury. No, it's not a luxury, It's a mandatory, And the beauty and the core of the vision, the great vision 2030, is the cultural transformation where we have people. This is why you will not wonder where we have all the program that targeting individuals, the health, the mental of individual, marathon, other things. The combo of body, mind, and soul. The third one, last but not least, the configurations. How we do and build the system that will help us to implement what we defined in the diagnosis, as we say, and the part of the culture that we want to shape inside the organizations, how system will be configured. So visible leadership, support, change, leading by example is very important in cascading, engagement of the board, the people, the senior management, visible felt leadership. People, they have to feel it in their guts, Why a company like GE, become a learning organization, The great Jack Welch was describing in his book, Straight from the Guts. We are a company, he's describing, he was the CEO of GE, so he was describing GE, we are a company who have the ability to produce leaders. I like this word. We are a company who had the ability to change or replace CEOs in a 24 hours worldwide. How it becomes, he said, because we are paying attention to people development, growing their mind, and it comes through that I cannot be maximum 10 days or 2 weeks. I have to visit GE Academy and interact with the people, the training, the sessions, Leading by example. This is where learning organization will help you to lead. So leadership felt is something very important to consider here. Also, designing the space, the workplace that help you to achieve the cultural change, the cultural pulse, that you want to do. The workplace, it has a lot to inspire the whole organizations to recognize things, to make a change and make it happen. We saw through the presentation of the respected speaker here, which was very insightful, about the wellness champions. It's a great idea to have the wellness champion, but we need to have a wellness champion with a specific requirement, a specific competency. We always used to have a health champion, safety champion in the organization. When we started to talk about GRC, governance, we're a listed company, for example, GRC champions or governance champions, So the wellness champion has to lead by example and has to convey a message that's different. He has to be influencer, and has to know how to get people engaged by listening, promoting initiatives outside of the box, thinking different, engaging the people with different, which is very important. طبعا mental illness, health support and access to counseling services, all of these ideas, is something very important. To have a clinic in the workplace is something very good, by the way. That will make people feel it's part of, this is something normal, to go and visit and consult. I have a stress. As we say, we are in workplaces working. This is normal workplaces where people reject. You get sometimes business debate, long meeting hours. So the stress level is there, The challenge is there, and you want to achieve. So we need to equip people, or our people, and this is through the configurations. Look at this. Energy is currency, So you cannot grow in a garden that's full of weeds. You cannot fly in a cage. This is why protecting your energy as an individual inside the organization, it is key to be protected. It's your currency. So how you would protect your organization and your energy as an individual, which will result in protecting the whole organization energy, it is through this. You have to stand and you have to focus on yourself, focus on your development, and tell yourself. We are telling, as an HR in our organization, our people, each individual, you are the CEO of your life. Okay? You are the CEO of your life, You are in the driver's seat of your life, okay? Don't be reactive. Try to learn, try to listen. Try to have the combo of the body, mind, and soul, because it will help you. It will improve your immune system in reality as a physical and also mental immune system as well. So protecting your energy, which will reflect in a workplace, outside of the workplace, balancing the lifestyle, the powerful engagement is something very important to consider. We talked about this, the balancing of the lifestyle and how it's so important. Creating the ecosystem, care at work becomes very important, okay? Not to treat wellness as a side project. I'll give you this project where you will accept. No, it's part of our life, It's part of our thinking. This is how great organizations, they grow. They maintain growth through this, okay? They do great result through achieving this. Okay? Thank you very much.
Do we have any questions?
Thank you, Doctor. Great insights.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Assalamu alaikum jami'an. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you so much, IBE Forum, for the kind invitation. أنا كثير مبسوطة إني موجودة هون بالسعودية. صراحة هذه أول زيارة إلي على السعودية على الصعيد البيرسونال وعلى صعيد الشغل. I'm very impressed with everything, ما شاء الله. اليوم I'm really happy to be among business leaders, HR professionals, who are passionate about well-being and creating healthy environments. And as Man said هلا قبل شوي, this conversation couldn't come at a better time, aligning with Vision 2030 and the focus around people, the quality of life, the human capital development, the women participation in the marketplace. All these values are part of creating healthy environments that we are all seeking for. At Hikma, our values are pretty much aligned with these values, are pretty much aligned with the focus. So our promise is putting better health within reach every day. And this promise extends beyond our patients who we serve. So it's not only about patients with مرضى. هذا البروميس بيمتد للموظفين وعائلاتهم. In general المجتمعات اللي احنا نشتغل فيها. اليوم I will be talking about our case study, what Hikma did to tackle the well-being at the organization, and how we embedded it, how we measure it. I will share with you some of our numbers, our metrics, how we measure the well-being in reality. And I will also honestly talking about the lessons that we learned along the way. But before I do that, let me briefly highlight our presence here in Saudi. So Hikma is a global pharmaceutical company. We are listed on London Stock Exchange. We operate across MENA, North America, and Europe. We provide a wide range of pharma products, branded, generics, injectables across the different regions. And this whole year, we've been here for over 40 years. We have 3 manufacturing sites in Sana'a. We have 1 R&D center in Saudi. هذه الأرقام كلها طبعا لها علاقة بالماركت السعودي هون. We have over 740 employees. Hikma is ranked #1 pharma company in the Saudi market. We are the first manufacturing facility to get the US FDA approval in Saudi. And we have, and we are #2 at the MENA level. And of course, because Saudi is a major market, is one of our most strategic markets, that's why we are focusing a lot on the well-being. إن شاء الله I will يعني share هاي experience وبتمنى أنه تكون جلسة تفاعلية وتسأل الأسئلة throughout the session. طيب, why well-being matters? I know that we heard a lot about this over over the past 2 days وكل البرزنتيشنز كانت عم تحكي هيك بس I think انه maybe the best way to explain it is by sharing a story. So بنهاية كل سنة at the end of the year we hold end of year celebrations بكل السايتس. Okay? وبهاي celebrations بنكرم our colleagues who have been with Hikma for 10, 15, 20 years plus. And we usually ask them to come to the stage where they share special moments from their journeys. One story that stayed with me and I never forget, it was from one of our colleagues in one of the sites. He was an operator في واحد من المصانع, and he shared his story about a difficult time, a difficult period for him and his family. They were going through it as they had طفل من ذوي الاحتياجات الخاصة. فكان هذا الشيء صعب عليهم كيف يتقبلوا هذا الموضوع كيف يتعاملوا معه. And he described how he felt when Hikma stepped in and supported him emotionally and financially during that period. He didn't talk in his part لما طلع هو ما حكى على big promotion صارت معه أو about يعني big development milestones. لا, he talked about how he felt, the caring part. يعني هذا الاهتمام اللي هو حس فيه. This ties into the development of our approach. So now we are talking about well-being. But to be honest, well-being is not new. It's not new. It's been with us for over من أول ما بلشت الحكمة في 78, but it was not called well-being. So the term may be new, but the origins, it's part of our DNA because caring is one of our values. And this is how our founder created Hayat Company. This is the baseline for our programs and for the well-being approach. The approach started from moments like that. زي هاي المومنت اللي شاركها هذا الزميل وحكى فيها. How we moved high moments from one-off to sustainable programs, to structures, to policies, which gives access لكل الموظفين instead of tackling certain cases, instead of having these moments ad hoc. ممكن تصير بهذا السايت وما تصير بسايت ثاني. تعتمد على المانجر، ممكن هذا المانجر يوفرها للموظفين لكن بس يطلع هذا المانجر أو تتغير الليدرشيب ما تكون متوفرة. فبدل من هاي الاشياء كلها accessibility, giving access to the employees to have same benefits, same treatment, fairness. هاي الاشياء كلها part من our يعني approach to build the psychological safety and fairness at Hikma. So now we talked about why it matters. Let's talk about how we tackle it. We look at the well-being from two lenses, the organizational part and the individual part. And as one of the colleagues said earlier, it's like a fish in the water. It is really like a fish in the water. The organizational part is where you shape the environment for the employees to be well. You cannot expect the colleagues to be well in a toxic environment, no matter how many tools and services you provide. The individual part comes after shaping the environment, where you give access and tools, awareness, education. You keep it at the front of their minds for the colleagues and the employees. So you know why it matters to use these programs. I'm not sure how many of you was here yesterday, but in the panel discussion, I talked a lot about change, and I see lots of the colleagues talking about the concepts of change management when tackling well-being, and I'm sure any other programs, because you cannot expect this to happen overnight. If the colleagues and the employees are not aware of why it is important, and they are really convinced that it is confidential, it is safe to use these kind of programs and tools, you can introduce the best system and the best service, but no one will adopt it. The adoption will remain low despite the need for it. So when we talk about the organizational responsibility, we're talking about the systems, the systematic stressors, especially in the farm industry, to be honest, it is a stressful environment. It's highly regulated. Only the gowning, الربع ساعة، نص ساعة اللي بيقضوها الموظفين وهم بيلبسوا الجاونينج قبل ما يدخلوا على المصنع. ال SOPs, the procedures, it is stressful. غير عن انه طبعا الاجواء نفسها والفكرة انه هذا الغلط ممكن يأثر على حياة مرضى. فالغلط اكيد ممنوع. It's the expectation. all هاي الاشياء it adds. تفضل. I will repeat it, it's okay.
مرحبا، تفضلوا. أنا يعطيك العافية أول شيء وأهلا في السعودية. أنا أتكلم عربي لأني شايفة الغالبية.
أنا طبعا عشان هيك أولت.
فالأغلب اللي عرض بيعطي العافية للجميع إنه كيف نخلي الشركة بيئة صحية، بيئة جاذبة، ما يكون فيها مشاكل أو تكون أكثر رفاهية للموظفين. طيب احنا بننظر للموظفين انفسهم، في عندنا فرق في يمكن الشركات كلها، في جزئيه من الموظفين هم موظفين عاده سلبيين مهما انعمل لهم، هم نظرتهم للشركه وللاداره العليا وللزملاء لكل شيء موجود بالشركه هذا سلبي مهما انعمل لهم. ايش الشيء او ايش الخطه اللي ممكن تحسن من نظرتهم للشركه هذه او نظرتهم؟ ما اعرف ايش بالضبط ممكن يكون، لانه فعلا كثير محاولات تصير مع هالفئه من الموظفين بس ستيل سلبيه. فما اعرف ايش الشيء اللي ممكن ينعمل معاهم برغم البرامج اللي
توفرها الشركات لكن بضل في سلبيه. شكرا لسؤالك. This is really an important part. I think it's not one thing. It's not one thing. يعني احنا كمان we have to be practical and realistic. When people are negative ممكن يكونوا هيك يعني بدون سبب، بس غالبا there are reasons leading to that. واحنا اليوم يعني when we're talking about the ROI and how we measure the impacts and الأثر بتاع well-being، كثير عم نحكي على موضوع how it links to the business performance, how it reduces the turnover, how it improves the absenteeism. صحيح، لكن نكون واقعيين، هو مش كل هاي الاشياء فقط من الويل-بينج. We cannot just يعني ما في direct correlation between هاي الاشياء. It's one of the factors. That's why we have to do more than one thing. One is listening to them. Two is engaging them in designing the programs, so they feel the ownership, or they feel إنهم they're part. بدي أشارك سر صغير as a change manager وبارت من شغلي بالorganization و change management. I usually بروح لهدول الامبلويز يكونوا الشامبيونز تاعهم. سو انا بكسبهم لصفي، بكسب انه الاويرنس. هلا طبعا ما بقول لك انها it works 100%. Sometimes it doesn't work. People do not change. They are negative. But you only do what you can do. You provide the tools, you do the awareness, you listen to them, and if it doesn't work, I think it's up to them there. You cannot convince everyone to be اللي مش بس يكون التحسين على صحيح. هلا ممكن انت ما تقدري تبينهم، بس انت وين بيكون وين بيكون خوفك؟ انه هم they're contagious. Those are the bad apples. So هدول اللي بيسووا مشاكل في. فالحل هذا الشيء clear and transparent communication. Let the other employees hear things from you, from the management first. Before it goes through the vine the corridors وتنحكى، خليهم يسمعوا الشيء الصح من المانجرز. وأنا طبعا in the communication we say that we cannot يعني people ask for more transparency, for more open communication. Often you find it really difficult to be that transparent in everything. But it is okay to say we cannot say everything, but this is the situation. It is okay. So just to tackle the negative impact of those people على الناس اللي حواليك. Thank you, سؤال. فبنرجع للستريسرز. حكينا على السيستماتيك stressors, talking about the psychological safety, and my colleagues talked a lot about it. I'm not going to repeat what they said, but I will give one practical example. Skip level meetings. In the engagement surveys that we do every couple of years, بواحد من السايتس, what people ask for, and we have open-ended question. مش بس أسئلة scores. إحنا وهي it takes a lot of time و AI و data analytics عشان تحلل أنت النص المكتوب وشو بناخذ منه. But what they ask for is to have exposure to the leadership without their managers. Okay? They want to be able to speak up freely بدون ما يكون المانجر تاعهم موجود. مش ذما في المانجر تاعهم, بس هم they want exposure. So what we introduced there is the skip level meetings. So they meet with the second level manager, skipping the line manager. And it really worked well. It really worked well. It put some accountability on the first level manager, and it gives them the exposure that they need. So this is a part, of course, inclusive first structures and preventing toxic behaviors. These are the things that we can do at the organizational level, where you shape the policies. What do we do in this space? We have whistleblow, speak up lines. So الموظفين كلهم they have access to the lines. If there is a major or a critical incident, the way it is treated, it gives this safety for the employees. But it is okay to say we have zero tolerance policies towards harassment and other major behaviors that are not okay in the company. The way we react to هدول incidents is very important, because هاي الأشياء غير المكتوبة اللي بتشكل الكالتشر في الشركة. كيف الشركة تعاملت بهاي الحادثة، كيف حكت عن هاي الحادثة مع الناس. The way that we interact with the critical incidents is part of shaping this safe and non-toxic culture. Is that okay? The second part اللي هو individual, طبعا access to the tools. I'm gonna walk you through some of the programs, the nice programs that we do instead of mentioning them just now. So this is how we look at it. This is the lens. This is the how. Now let's go to the what. What does well-being mean for our colleagues? بوجهة نظرهم. Well-being, like everyone said before me, it's a holistic well-being. It's about the journey. It's the life of the employee within the work and within the community. So it includes physical, mental, social, financial, and encouraging growth. This is our model at Crowne. This is the one that we follow. And I'm going to give a few examples. On the physical part, of course, it is very important, but also كثير مهم انه ما ينحصر مفهوم الويل بينج في الفيزيكال، لانه كثير في مرات شركات تقع في هذا الخطا، وبرضه من الموظفين they understand انه this is having a gym, doing an activity, this is the definition of well-being, which is not true. So it is important. But one thing that I'd like to share is the wellness days that we do. نسميها أيام العافية. أيام العافية. These are days that we do across all the sites. They are 100% focused on the well-being of the employees, including كل هاي الفactors. Bringing in physiotherapists, awareness sessions, nutrition. We introduce juice bars, نقدم healthy cocktails للموظفين, green juices. الشيء اللي حلو بهذا الموضوع انه we make sure that everyone has access to the day. So we take the employees off the production line, which is a major thing in pharma, to participate in the wellness day. And of course the medical reps, the employees in the office, they all take some time off just to focus on their wellness. So this is an important part. We also also provide fitness facilities in our sites. So we have gyms. At the sites where we don't have the capacity to have gyms, we provide subscriptions, subsidized gym membership for the employees. The mental health, we have the employee assistance program, and this is something that we are expanding into the different regions, where employees, they get access to mental health support through counselors, سواء كان بالتليفون أو in person, and the access is given to the employee and their family members, مش بس للموظف نفسه. We do creative therapies or interventions like the art therapy and the awareness campaigns, and we make sure that people understand the concept of the inclusion. We talk a lot about inclusion. On the social part, making sure that employees understand how their work connects to the purpose of the company. Because هذا هو sense of purpose. Why am I here? Why Hikma is here, and why am I, as an employee, in this location? شو الفاليو اللي أنا عم بقدمها؟ This connection with the company's vision, with the strategy, and the connection with each other is part of the social responsibility. And one example is the skip level meetings that I just mentioned. On the financial part, it is also important to talk about what does financial well-being mean, to educate the employees, and of course provide the tools. So one of the programs that we introduced is called Hikma Children Disability Program. So this is part of the Drinks Led Story نحكيها. It is a program targeting our colleagues who have children with disability by providing them emotional and financial support monthly to make sure that we are helping بهذا الburden. Another one is children's education, providing support to children's education, or even the daily things like the cafeteria meals. In all our sites, we either provide food for free in the cafeteria or it's a subsidized, وهذا طبعا part من الculture part من أنهم يكونوا مرتاحين في بيئة العمل. Other things are like scholarships, and this one it ties the financial well-being and the growth. So programs like higher education, we encourage all our employees to pursue their higher education وماسترز وشهادات, it is يا إما fully covered أو يعني subsidized من الشركات. هاي طبعا it helps with the growth and it helps with the career progression. In addition to making sure that we have a clear career progression framework, people know where they stand today and know what are the possibilities, where they can go, so they can belong more للمحل اللي هم موجودين فيه. So now we've covered the how, the why, and the what. Moving from there, sorry, I just wanted to share some of the photos with you. So I talked a little bit about the women participation, and one of the things that we do to ensure that we are shaping the environment بطريقة مريحة للمرأة. This year we introduced pregnancy wellness rooms. It started in one side, and now we are doing it in the other side. These are rooms that are dedicated for our pregnant colleagues. على اساس هم ياخذوا ساعة راحة خلال اليوم. فبتوفر لهم الساعة هذه غير طبعا القطعة من الإجازات ولا أي شيء، وفي مكان مناسب لهم. على اساس أن المرأة الحامل تقدر تكون هي عندها energy وعندها طاقة مناسبة للشغل. We started this in one side, the impact it made was priceless. So we are expanding it to the other sides. Another thing is the garden workspace, and this is an initiative that is loved by the employees, which is providing outdoor workspaces. We ask the employees, feel free, take your laptop, the Wi-Fi, the internet, everything is there, and work outside. الحمد لله بمناطق وحتى بالسعوديه في اوقات معينه الجو بيكون مناسب للشغل برا، فهذا الشيء برضه احنا we are trying to expand in our different locations. We do things like the wellness room. This is a break room where employees can go, يفصلوا شوي, they play ping pong or whatever is there, and برضه هذه من الأشياء اللي يعني لاقت استحسان كثير. We are expanding it into the different regions. We hold open days not only for the employees and their families to participate, to come, to see وين بيشتغلوا أهلهم. This year we really made sure that they understand like a glimpse of the pharmaceutical journey. كيف يعني الأهل شو بتشتغل، شو معنى أنك أنت تكون فارما؟ لأنه of course this is part of extending the well-being to the communities and to the generations, and the focus on our football teams and other sports as part of the physical. So these are just examples of the things that we do that I'd like to share with you. Now, going back to, okay, all these initiatives and these policies, embedding them in the culture is nice, but how do you make sure it's sustainable? It is by treating this as a change journey. It does not happen overnight. It needs to go through a good approach to managing this change and to manage the shift in the mindset that we are expecting of our employees, starting by building the awareness, building the common language, normalizing the conversations, the visible commitment from the leaders. We talk a lot about the buy-in and how important it is to have the buy-in. And yesterday on the panel, I shared that, to be honest, I don't see lots of issues or struggles in getting the buy-in. It's sometimes more about the execution side. We try as much as we can to avoid what we call launch and leave managers. This is a term that is used a lot about visibility to leadership. When you have a leader who comes to the launch وبيشاركوا في الافتتاح وبيكونوا there, that's the last time you see them behind the initiative. So trying to avoid that, trying to have them visible there all the time is really important. Two, involving the employees in designing the strategies and designing the programs through hearing their feedback. We have the engagement survey. We have what we call an accountability index survey. This is what we do after the engagement survey, usually a couple of years after the engagement, or sorry, 1 year after the engagement survey. هي تتوزع على المانجرز لقياس مدى انه المانجرز شاركوا الريزلتس مع الامبلويز، حطوا اكشن بلانز وعم بيمشوا بالاكشن بلانز. So what they said have actually been done. So this is a very powerful measurement, وهو نفسه بيحط ownership على المانجر لانه في سكور بيحكي قديش انت كمانجر عملت اللي انت حكيت بدك تعمله, which is one of the powerful tools. And of course, after that, moving to the sustainability, embedding these programs so that they stick. مش بيكونوا بينعملوا مرة واحدة خلص. It's easier said than done, to be honest, لأنه في lots of challenges, وتكلمنا كثير عن challenges. It is easy to make the change, but the challenge is to sustain it across the cultures, the different regions, and over time. But that's how we treat it. So we talked about the initiatives, the approach, and the how. Now let's talk about the impact. So let the data speak for itself. How we measure it? We measure it in simple ways. We measure it through the engagement survey, and we have a dedicated well-being section. So we have a well-being score as part of our engagement survey. Utilization rates of our services, the adoption. So, which is, again, services, initiatives, حتى things like wellness days. بنقيس عدد الموظفين اللي شاركوا actively بهاي الفعالية across the globe. What gives you an indication. إذا أنت عندك 10% شاركوا معناتها يعني في شيء غلط. وإذا كان في عندنا عدد عالي معناتها we build on that. إذا كان العدد قليل we fix الأشياء الغلط اللي صارت. Business outcomes like retention, of course. يعني when I say that, I say it again يعني with a pinch of salt and إحنا صح retention و absenteeism بس it's not only a correlation with the well-being. There are lots of factors. Sometimes even outside the control of the business. Things in the market, the dynamics, the policies, the politics, اشياء كثير دي البلدان بتأثر عليها. هلا beyond number, recognition matters too. Just last month احنا حصلنا على شهادة Great Place to Work بالسعودية، وكانت هو أول سايت بمنطقة المينا نحصل فيه على شهادة Great Place to Work، والأسبوع الماضي حصلنا عليها في مصر. فحتى هلا عم بقول لنا هاي قبل الأوفيشال أناونسمنت يعني. بس it is important. It's not just about the certification. It's not. It's about the pulse check. مع الموظفين. Are they really happy? Are they really well? Are they proud? If I want to go to the numbers, sharing some of our numbers that I mentioned at the beginning, 73% of our employees are engaged. Yesterday, when my colleagues shared the Gallup stats, and they mentioned the level of engagement in the MENA region, it was 30%. 30% of the general population, the employees in MENA are engaged. So I'm very proud to say that 73% of our employees are engaged. 1 out of 3 of our employees have been with MENA for more than 10 years. This is an indication. This is an indication about loyalty, about belonging, and about being happy and well, including all the aspects that we talked about. Our score in Saudi Arabia for the Great Place to Work was 87. That's higher than the benchmark here. And 88% of our employees globally are proud to be part of the company. So the initiatives are working. Of course, I'm not saying that we've done it all. We still have a long way, things to improve. But alhamdulillah, we are seeing the results of the things that we are doing. ما رح أطول عليكم أكثر, بس I'd like to highlight that well-being does not stop with our employees. Not even talking about the patients, يعني that's the core of our business. But the well-being does not stop with our employees. It extends to our communities where we operate, and the numbers are really impressive. In MENA, in the MENA region, we have over 550,000 beneficiaries from our CSR initiatives. وانا زميلي موجود من CSR وبحب يعني اشكرهم على دائما البروجرامز كل الموجوده. Which focuses on the people in need, on the health, on the education for the children. In Saudi Arabia last year, we had over 2,400 beneficiaries, 500 volunteers, وأكثر من 1,200 ساعة voluntary, through our employees. Of course, that's part of the social connection that we talked about, how we embed it in our culture. I'd like to leave you with 3 takeaways. Small actions done well, often they create the last impact or last belonging. Structured programs, they ensure fairness or accessibility, which is a very important pillar of the belonging and inclusivity, how the company is inclusive. And one-off acts and projects are not enough. They're good, but they're not enough to create that sustainable impact that we are aiming for. With that, I'd like to thank you for today's session, and I hope that you enjoyed it. If you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Is it on? Yeah.
Yeah.
She has a question.
Okay, so what you just asked for this? Actually,
Samahani.
It's on.
I can repeat the question.
Hello? Yeah. Thank you for this actually fantastic presentation. My question is, especially for the operators, the areas where they work under pressure, I'm not sure if you faced issues at the beginning in the level of their engagement. So how did you tackle that?
Of course, this is one of the most difficult challenges that we face. You know, hours of the production lines means money. So it's not easy to convince the leadership. It's not easy to convince the supervisors and the managers to allow the employees to get off the production line for a few hours to engage in an awareness activity or in a kind of event that is related to the well-being. But I think that the critical step here is to have that buy-in from the leadership. At the beginning, it would be بيجوا مجاملة ممكن. But when you build the awareness and they start, you build not only the awareness, the desire for what's in it for you. With employees, knowing more about their well-being, how can they benefit from the services. Sometimes, and you know, one of the challenges that we face is the communication. Communicating with a very diverse pool of employees. You think that the emails are a good way? They're not. Lots of the emails, the people do not read emails. You use digital screens, you use over 6 or 7 channels of communication. And sometimes employees, especially in the manufacturing sites, they don't know about the problems. The other day, one of the employees came and asked for support because they have a child with disability. And I was shocked that they didn't know that there is a problem. We made sure that after that incident, we worked a lot on the communication in the manufacturing sites, so to have opportunities like this. But I think it doesn't happen overnight. It needs to really convince them why it is important to attend so that you know how to use the tools. This is for your mental health, for your well-being. And before you do that, because sometimes they're happy to participate and to be engaged, but they need the okay from their management to get the buy-in from the management again. Thank you. Any other questions? Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana, for sharing that interesting journey at Hikma. I'm sure all the attendees must have got a lot of takeaways from it. Now, moving on to our last session for today, we're going to be covering something that's not been covered in the past 2 days, focusing more on the rewards aspect. So our next speaker, we have Inad Abu Nasser. He's a rewards and organization development director at Vision Bank. Inad is an esteemed faculty member with World at Work teaching. He's a highly qualified and accomplished professional in the field of total rewards, renowned for his expertise and contributions to global and regional organizations. His hands-on involvement in projects across Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar showcase his proficiency in designing total rewards frameworks, efficient manpower planning, and practical people development initiatives. Inad's rich professional experience in total rewards spans across sectors like FMCG, automotive, banking, and hospitality, and he's a seasoned trainer as well. He's delivered special total rewards training to a diverse audience from including USA, Europe, Middle East, and South Asia. Inad, can you be on stage?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very glad to be here with you today and maybe talk about a very exciting topic from a total rewards point of view, talking about how can we enhance our ability to retain people in our organizations through using reward strategies. So maybe I'll be talking numbers more, because total rewards we like to talk about numbers and convince people through numbers. Actually, retention today in Saudi Arabia is one of the biggest challenges that we face in Saudi organizations, especially with all the changes we see in the labor market, the changes we see even in the demographics of the workforce we're working with. And also, maybe we have all seen it before, hirings, and even now we've seen it, we are seeing it. Hiring is taking too long, and even sometimes it takes months, 6 or 7 or 8 months. And yet, employees leave in less than 2 years. And they often leave in less than 2 years. And we will talk about some statistics on how much people stick to organizations and what's the impact of the demographics and generational differences in the market. So I believe the real competitive advantage today is not only about being competitive in the market and be able to attract people to your organization. It's also about having or making sure people stay in your organization. People are valued, they are motivated, and they grow in your organization. That's why I would like to start with the reality in Saudi Arabia. Today, the workforce in Saudi Arabia, 42% of the workforce in Saudi Arabia, they are open to new job opportunities. And 81% of the workforce in Saudi Arabia, they leave or they spend less than 2 years with their employers. And this is one of the highest turnover levels in the region. Okay? And when we talk about people spending less than 2 years with their organizations, this is especially true between new generations and young professionals. And when we talk about young professionals, we need to remember that around 70% or maybe higher than 70%, more than 70% of the population in Saudi Arabia is under 35 years of age. And that's a huge, because majority of our workforce are young people. They are ambitious and they are ready to move if they don't feel engaged, if they don't feel appreciated and valued. And the cost of this high level of turnover is massive to organizations. If we're going to look at it from a financial point of view, it costs organizations when we hire. We talk about recruitment costs, and even when we train people to be productive on the job. But if you don't care about financials, if you don't care about spending money or wasting money, you also lose knowledge, you lose momentum, and also people will feel that the organization is not stable. So this is something very important that we need all to focus on, retaining people, and how well-being and recognition and appreciation really plays a great role in retaining our employees. And that's, I believe, where we start seeing our strategies becoming very powerful to retain our people. And when we think maybe, when we say the word growers, the first thing that comes to our mind is money. But that is not necessarily true, because when we think of rewards, we need also to think about the non-monetary part of the rewards, or non-monetary type of rewards. And one of the studies shows that organizations with recognition-rich cultures, they experience lower turnover by 31%. And when we talk about recognition, we have different types of recognition that we can do for our employees. And it's not only about saying thank you to employees. It's not about, say, disclose or telling other employees what this employee has done or has achieved during the year. It's also about other practices that we will talk about now, which is mainly about giving the employee the development opportunities, the career development opportunities, the training opportunities for the employee to grow. So on the long run, they will convert this into financial leverage and financial impact on them. So usually the non-monetary rewards, they outweigh the monetary rewards, especially in organizations where you you expect from your workforce to achieve something that is even higher than or higher than their capabilities. So you stretch them to acquire new skills, acquire new knowledge, and implement it on the job. And when we talk about recognition, usually we think that recognition should come from the manager, from the direct manager, but it does not necessarily come from leadership or managers. One of the maybe great practices that we have seen in different organizations is the peer-to-peer recognition. Because today, with the new generations, they are used to social media, to recognizing the likes and comments from their friends and family. And this is one of the very important things that they feel they are recognized from other people who are in the same level or in the same category and not in higher levels. And because of the peer-to-peer recognition, people are 5 times more likely to stay with the organization. And also, organizations, they see improvement more than 40% in their customer service and customer satisfaction. So the link here is the more you appreciate people inside the organization, the more they will improve their service outside of the organization. And I believe this is one of the things that was mentioned in previous sessions, that there is a link between appreciating and recognizing the effort of your people to the business results. Okay? So when peer recognition programs, they improve internally and externally. And one of the examples, I worked with one of the well-known organizations in Qatar before, and the #1 priority in the organization was employee happiness. And employee happiness, one of the KPIs under it, or how to measure the achievement of the employee happiness, was the customer satisfaction. So the more we make our employees happy, the more we make our employees satisfied and feel proud being with the organization, it will have a positive impact on the customer satisfaction and customer service we are providing. Another practice to recognize people and to appreciate their achievements is career development opportunities. And this is one of the reward practices and components that we can provide to our employees. And according to Gather, in Saudi Arabia in 2022, only 40% of employees feel that their organizations provide them with good career progression opportunities and career development opportunities. So that means that 6 out of 10 employees in Saudi, they don't believe that they have access, or they don't feel they have access to career development opportunities. And this is huge, because growth for employees is part of the decision to stay with the company or leave the company. If they don't see the future in this company, if they don't see themselves in the future in this company, definitely they will leave quickly, especially with the new generations. So having clear career path, clear development path, why I'm having this development plan for you, that's your next step, and that's the step after it. So in using this practice, or having this clear career path and development path for employees, will make them stick with the organizations and maybe undervalue other offers and other opportunities they see in the market. One of the things in all the sessions, all the talks, all the trainings I deliver, I always say in rewards, in total rewards, there is nothing called one-size-fits-all organizations. Every organization, even 2 identical organizations, doesn't have the same exact identical workforce. So you need to personalize your rewards. You need to personalize the way you recognize your people and appreciate them. Because what matters for someone doesn't necessarily mean it matters or it's one of the interests for other people. So we need to understand what kind of workforce we have. Do we have people who are interested in career development? Do we have people who are interested in monetary appreciation or recognition? Or do we have people who are just want to be stable in where they are? So that's also different from one organization to another. So understand your workforce, understand what type of employees you have in the organization. Also, it was mentioned before in one of the sessions, don't take just the benchmark and the best practices as the optimal solution for your organization. You understand what's happening in the market, what practices are there in the market in order for you to compete with the market. But also you need to tailor it, you customize it to your workforce and to your employees. And one of the very important things that 85% of employees, they want timely recognition. They don't need to be recognized after 6 months or 1 year. If they achieve something today, they need the recognition and the appreciation on the spot, and based on what really interests them and what matters to them. And also we need to start thinking unusual, because the situation we are in today, especially in Saudi, is unusual with all the changes we see in the regulations, in the type of employees, in the diversity of the workforce we have in the market. Starting with maybe recognizing people through storytelling. Some people, they like to be recognized in private. Others, they want to brag. They want to be recognized in front of the whole organization or the team. So we need to understand the individual interests of our employees. Also, recognizing people with experiences, not only staff. So certificates, maybe trophies, there are great things, but sometimes when you allow people to, or in order to recognize an employee, to give them like a free trip with the family or a free dinner with friends, that's something that will stick in their mind. It's not just a certificate that they will throw it in a few months, right? So experiences is a very powerful practice and tool to use to recognize your people, to stick in their mind, and to really have that feel of belonging to the organization. Also, one of the maybe great practices that I've seen in different organizations is recognizing people through legacy projects. Why not to name a project after the leader of that project? Al-Otaibi project or Salma project. Why not? So this way you will force the employee to really attach all his senses to the project and do whatever it takes him to succeed in that project. Why not to name a meeting room after an employee name? Hamid's meeting room. I worked with Toyota before. We had different ways of calling meeting rooms. Toyota meeting room, Camry meeting room, Land Cruiser meeting room, based on the size of the meeting room, and that way you attach people to the product or the service you sell or you provide. And personalization. These days, we need to focus on personalization. Today, if I'm recognizing people with certificates, do you think all of them will feel that I've been recognized? I don't think so. If you see that this is the way how company X is doing, it doesn't necessarily mean that it works for you and it drives the same results and the same level of belonging and appreciation to your employees. So you need to personalize it based on your understanding of what matters to your people. Okay? So the last thing I would like to maybe emphasize on is that engagement is being fueled by appreciation. You need to appreciate your people on the spot based on their achievement, and try not to make it planned. Try to make it just as soon as they achieve something, you appreciate, you recognize in front of everyone based on what interests them most. Also, mix between reward strategies. It's not only about certificates. We have lots of certificates. We don't need it. Try recognizing people and appreciating them with experiences. I don't know if anyone knows the Banana Island in Qatar. We've been sending people to Banana Island for 1 week with their family. That was expensive, but it shows that we recognize the huge effort you have done in that project or in that specific scope. The last thing, you need to build a culture of belonging. And when we talk about culture of belonging, it's about maybe one of the great questions that I have seen in the Gallup model for engagement is, do you have a friend in the organization? Do you have a buddy? Do you have a best friend in the organization? If you don't have, something is wrong. You don't have any connection with the organization. It's not about their services or their products. It's about your interaction with other employees within the organization. So my advice is to start today and even start small. Start mixing or finding different ways of recognizing people. It doesn't have to be planned. It doesn't have to be budgeted in order to appreciate and recognize your employees. And remember that people may forget what you say about them, but they will never forget how you made them feel. So this is it from my side. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Do you have any questions for Anand?
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was the last session for the day. I would just request Man, if you could help us with the closing remarks, and then we'll close the conference.
Hi, it was the third time. So there's nothing much to be said. I just would like to thank you all for all this positive vibes, positive spirit, interactions. Thanks for our guests here. First, I'd like to thank also IBA for having me, giving me this chance to interact with those great people. Thanks also for our great speakers. A lot of insight inside the place, a lot of learning, a lot of takeaways actually. To summarize, but we came to conclusion. I think well-being, wellness at workplace is not a choice, is not a trend, it's a mandatory. And thank you for highlighting in this event on this specific ignored part on HR, So it was a great 2 days with a lot of interaction, a lot of ideas. The more challenge and application and the fruits that we are going to catch start when you go back to your organization. Please share what you have get exposed to here and make the best use of it for people, because people in your organization deserve it. Thank you very much, and hopefully we'll see you in the next summit. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you. We have a small program of appreciation for you. All right. So with this, we come to the conclusion of the conference. Thank you so much for joining us. We are always open to any ideas and suggestions that you may have. We do a host of trainings, in-house trainings for various corporates in their own particular offices as well. So if you have any inputs and suggestions or any particular trainings that you would like us to engage into, please write to us. please do check out our LinkedIn page at ivforum.com, our website ivforum.com. We're also available on Twitter and Instagram. Our next edition of the Wellbeing Conference is happening in Dubai on 26th and 27th of November. We would like you all to join us there as well. And inshallah, we will get back with our second edition of the Saudi Wellbeing Conference next year in September. Thank you. Do reach out to me on LinkedIn. I'm available at Rohan Jagdab. So if you have any ideas of any further topics or any more inclusions you would want in our upcoming editions, I'll be more than happy to take any suggestions. Thank you. Have a nice time. Yes, I will be in touch with you. I will give further more information. Yes, by Monday I will be able to check your seat for you out. I'm sure. Yes.
أنا عندي الباب عشان غير مفتوح في هواء حار يا خلاص
Shahjahan asked me for some OTP for the visa payment. See you tomorrow.
يلا see you tomorrow إن شاء الله.
معلش خلاص